The Hogwarts Express released its final whistle into the crisp September air, steam billowing across platform 9 3/4 like ghostly fingers reaching toward the ancient castle that loomed in the distance. Harry Potter stepped onto the worn stones of Hogsmeade Station, his trunk dragging behind him, with a soft, scraping sound that seemed oddly amplified in the evening silence. Something was different about this arrival, though he couldn't quite place what it was. The very air around him hummed with an energy that made his skin prickle and his scar tingle in a way that had nothing to do with dark magic. Other first years clustered nervously around Hagrid's massive frame, their voices creating a bubble of excited chatter that should have included Harry. Instead, he found himself drawn toward the lake, where the traditional boats waited to ferry new students across the dark water. The moment his feet touched the wooden dock, every boat in the small fleet began to glow with a soft, ethereal light that had never been there before in all of Hogwarts' long history. Rubeus Hagrid scratched his wild beard, his beetle-black eyes widening as he stared at the phenomenon. The half-giant had seen many strange things in his decades at Hogwarts, but this was something entirely new. The boats pulsed with 4 distinct colors: deep crimson, brilliant gold, rich blue, and emerald green. The very elements seemed to recognize something in the small, dark-haired boy who stood perfectly still at the water's edge, as if waiting for something only he could sense. Meanwhile, high in the headmaster's tower, Albus Dumbledore felt a surge of magic so powerful it nearly knocked him from his chair. His weathered hands trembled as they gripped the arms of his throne-like seat, and his usually twinkling eyes went wide with shock and something that might have been fear. The magic that had just entered the Hogwarts grounds was unlike anything he had encountered in his 115 years of life. It was ancient, primal, and carried within it the unmistakable signatures of the 4 founders themselves. Without hesitation, Dumbledore whispered the incantation that had served him well in detecting hidden presences, Hominum Revelio. The spell, cast with all the considerable power at his command, swept across the grounds like an invisible wave. What it revealed made his blood run cold. The boy Harry Potter was not simply present on the grounds. He was resonating with the very foundations of the castle itself, his magical signature intertwining with protective wards and ancient enchantments that had been placed by Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin nearly 1,000 years ago. Back at the lake, Harry stepped into the lead boat with an unconscious grace that belied his 11 years. The moment his hand touched the smooth wooden seat, all 4 boats began moving across the water in perfect synchronization, their magical lights creating shimmering paths on the lake's surface. Other first years gasped and pointed, but Harry seemed lost in thought, his green eyes reflecting depths that no child should possess. As they glided across the water, the castle came into full view, and something extraordinary happened. Windows that had been dark for centuries suddenly blazed with warm light. Towers that had stood empty began to hum with renewed magical energy. The very stones of Hogwarts seemed to sing in harmony, a sound so beautiful and haunting that even the giant squid surfaced to listen, its massive tentacles breaking the water in what looked remarkably like a gesture of greeting directed specifically at Harry's boat. Professor McGonagall waited at the castle entrance, her usually stern expression softened by wonder and concern. She had felt the magical disturbance from her office in the Transfiguration Department, and now, seeing the transformed boats approaching, she began to understand that this year would be unlike any other in Hogwarts' long history. The deputy headmistress adjusted her emerald robes and squared her shoulders, preparing herself for whatever was to come. The boats reached the shore, and Harry stepped onto the stone pier with the same quiet confidence he had shown throughout the journey. The other first years followed, their excited chatter resuming as they found their voices again. But something had changed in their behavior. They kept glancing at Harry with a mixture of awe and curiosity, as if they had witnessed something significant without fully understanding what it was. McGonagall led the group through corridors that seemed somehow brighter than usual, the ancient torches burning with an intensity that cast dancing shadows on walls adorned with portraits of long-dead witches and wizards. Those portraits were more active than anyone had seen them in decades, leaning out of their frames and whispering among themselves in excited tones. Several pointed directly at Harry as he passed, their painted eyes following his every movement with expressions of recognition that should have been impossible. The group reached the entrance to the great hall, where McGonagall paused to arrange them in a proper line. But before she could open the massive oak doors, they swung open on their own, revealing the magnificent hall beyond. The enchanted ceiling showed a star-filled sky of such clarity and beauty that several first years gasped aloud. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, each decked in the colours of their respective houses, and at the head of the room sat the staff table where the professors waited. But every eye in the hall was drawn to something extraordinary. Floating above the staff table, in defiance of all natural law, was the sorting hat. It had left its traditional stool and now hovered in mid-air, its brim turned toward the entrance as if watching for someone specific. The moment Harry Potter crossed the threshold, the hat began to speak, its voice carrying clearly through the sudden silence that had fallen over the entire hall. "Your presence calls to magic most ancient and true," the hat intoned, its words resonating with power that made the very air shimmer. "4 souls united in one vessel small, heir to powers that built these walls. Gryffindor's courage burns within your heart, Ravenclaw's wisdom sets you apart. Hufflepuff's loyalty runs through your veins, while Slytherin's cunning your spirit contains." A collective gasp arose from the assembled students and faculty. Never in the history of Hogwarts had the sorting hat spoken before a student had even approached it, let alone delivered what sounded like a prophecy. Professor Flitwick dropped his goblet, sending pumpkin juice splashing across the staff table, while Professor Snape's normally pale complexion went completely white. Harry walked forward through the aisle between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables, his footsteps echoing in the absolute silence. With each step he took, something remarkable happened. Students from all 4 houses found themselves turning toward him, not with the casual curiosity typical of watching a sorting, but with something deeper. Recognition, as if some part of them, some ancestral memory encoded in their magical bloodlines, knew that they were in the presence of something unprecedented. When Harry reached the front of the hall, he didn't wait for McGonagall's instruction. Instead, he looked up at the floating sorting hat with eyes that seemed far older than his years. "I can hear them," he said quietly, but his words carried clearly through the enchanted hall. "The Founders, they're not gone. They're here, in the stones, in the magic itself. And somehow, they're in me too." The hat descended slowly, coming to rest on Harry's head with unusual gentleness. The moment the ancient fabric touched his dark hair, every magical artifact in the castle began to resonate. Gryffindor's sword, locked away in the headmaster's office, hummed with power. Ravenclaw's lost diadem, hidden in the room of requirement, began to glow with inner light. Hufflepuff's cup, secure in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, grew warm despite the distance. And in the depths of the castle, in chambers that had been sealed for centuries, Slytherin's locket pulsed with awakened magic. The sorting hat was silent for a long moment, and then it spoke with a voice that carried overtones of 4 distinct personalities, as if the Founders themselves were speaking through it. "This has never happened before, and may never happen again. In you, young Potter, the 4 great magics have found their balance. You are not merely to be sorted into a house. You are to be recognized as heir to all houses, keeper of all traditions, bridge between all magics. But if a choice must be made, if one house must claim you above others, then let it be Gryffindor, for courage will be needed most in the trials ahead." The announcement should have been met with cheers from the Gryffindor table, but instead, the entire hall remained silent. Students from all 4 houses stared at Harry with expressions of wonder and uncertainty. They had just witnessed something that challenged everything they thought they knew about Hogwarts, about magic itself, about the nature of power and belonging. As Harry removed the hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall, whose hands were visibly shaking, he turned to address the hall. His voice was clear and strong, carrying easily to every corner of the vast space. "I know this is strange," he began. "I don't fully understand it myself yet. But I can feel them, all 4 founders, and they're not divided the way we've made them. They built this place together, and their magic was meant to work together. Maybe it's time we remembered that." The silence stretched for another heartbeat, and then something unprecedented happened. Students from all 4 tables began to applaud, slowly at first, then with growing enthusiasm. But it wasn't the usual house-based cheering that followed a sorting. Instead, it was something unified, a recognition that went beyond traditional loyalties and spoke to something deeper in the magical community's collective memory. Dumbledore rose from his ornate chair at the center of the staff table, his face a carefully composed mask that betrayed none of the turmoil churning in his mind. The headmaster had lived through many extraordinary events, had witnessed the rise and fall of dark wizards, had seen magic pushed to its very limits. But this young man, this 11-year-old boy, who had somehow inherited the combined essence of Hogwarts founders, represented something entirely new and potentially dangerous to the carefully maintained balance of power in the wizarding world. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying easily through the hall despite its measured tone. "I believe your time here will be most illuminating for all of us. Please, take your seat at the Gryffindor table so we may continue with the sorting of your classmates." Harry nodded respectfully to the headmaster, but as he turned toward the Gryffindor table, something remarkable happened. Students from all 4 houses shifted closer to the aisle, reaching out to touch his robes as he passed. It wasn't grabbing or desperate clutching, but something almost reverent, as if they were drawing comfort or strength from his proximity. And strangest of all, Harry seemed to respond to each touch with a brief moment of connection, his eyes meeting theirs with understanding that transcended words. He took his seat at the Gryffindor table, but unlike every other student who had been sorted that night, he didn't turn his back on the other houses. Instead, he positioned himself so he could see all 4 tables, and throughout the remainder of the sorting ceremony, students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin found reasons to catch his eye, offering tentative smiles and gestures of acknowledgement that crossed traditional house boundaries. The sorting continued, but it was different now. Each new student who approached the hat seemed to pause when they reached the spot where Harry had stood, as if they could sense the lingering resonance of the magic that had been awakened there. The hat itself seemed more contemplative, taking longer with each decision, as if Harry's presence had somehow shifted its understanding of where students truly belonged. Professor Snape watched from the staff table with growing unease. His dark eyes, trained through years of experience to detect deception and hidden power, could see something in Harry Potter that troubled him deeply. The boy carried within him magical signatures that Snape recognized but had never expected to encounter in a living person. The essence of Salazar Slytherin was particularly strong, calling to something in Snape's own heritage that made his mark ache with remembered pain and complicated loyalty. Meanwhile, in the depths of the castle, other beings were taking notice of the extraordinary arrival. The house elves in the kitchens paused in their work, their large eyes widening as they felt a presence that reminded them of the old days, when magic flowed more freely through Hogwarts's corridors. The ghosts drifted through walls and floors with unusual agitation, drawn by something they couldn't quite identify, but that stirred memories of their living years. Even the portraits on the walls whispered among themselves, in languages that hadn't been spoken at Hogwarts for centuries. When the last first year had been sorted and taken their seat, Dumbledore rose once again to address the school. His usual welcoming speech felt oddly hollow in the wake of what they had all witnessed, but he pressed on, maintaining the traditions that had governed Hogwarts for generations. As he spoke of house pride and academic achievement, his eyes kept returning to Harry Potter, noting how the boy seemed to be listening not just to his words, but to something else entirely, as if he could hear conversations that no one else was privy to. The feast began with Dumbledore's traditional clap, and food appeared on the golden plates as it had for countless years. But even this familiar magic seemed different somehow, more vibrant and satisfying than usual. Conversations at all 4 tables kept circling back to the extraordinary sorting they had witnessed, and more than one student found their eyes drifting toward the young man who sat at the Gryffindor table, but somehow belonged to all of them. Harry ate quietly, responding politely to questions from his new housemates, but clearly processing something far more complex than typical first-year concerns about classes and dormitories. When a ghost drifted through the wall behind him, instead of startling like the other first years, he turned and nodded respectfully, as if greeting an old friend. The ghost, nearly headless Nick, paused in surprise, and then bowed deeply before continuing on his way, leaving behind a sense that something significant had just passed between them. As the evening drew to a close, and students began filing out of the great hall toward their respective dormitories, Harry lingered for a moment at the Gryffindor table. He looked up at the enchanted ceiling, now showing a peaceful night sky dotted with familiar constellations, and whispered something too quiet for anyone nearby to hear. But throughout the castle, in hidden chambers and forgotten corners, ancient magic stirred in response to his words, and Hogwarts itself seemed to settle into sleep with a contentment it hadn't known for centuries. The arrival of Harry Potter had changed everything, though most would not understand the full implications until much later. For now, there was only the certainty that this year at Hogwarts would be unlike any other in the school's long and storied history, and that the young man walking toward Gryffindor Tower carried within him the power to reshape not just the ancient castle, but the entire wizarding world itself. The morning that would mark Hogwarts' emergence as a truly global center for magical education began with the arrival of delegations from every major magical institution in the world, their diverse transportation methods creating a spectacular display across the Scottish Highlands that had not been witnessed since the International Confederation of Wizards was first established centuries before. Flying carpets descended from the clouds alongside enchanted carriages, while portal networks opened directly onto the castle grounds to admit representatives from magical schools so distant that traditional travel would have taken weeks. Harry stood in the newly expanded entrance hall, watching as educators, government officials, and magical researchers from dozens of countries gathered to witness what the international magical community had come to recognize as the most significant educational innovation in modern wizarding history. The transformation of Hogwarts from a traditionally insular British institution into a model for global magical cooperation had attracted attention that exceeded even his most optimistic expectations when the reforms had first been implemented. The delegation from Beauxbatons Academy was led by Madame Maxime herself, whose imposing stature was matched by her obvious fascination with the architectural changes that had occurred throughout the castle. The corridors that had once separated the 4 houses now flowed seamlessly together, creating spaces that facilitated collaboration while maintaining the distinct cultural identities that made each house's contributions valuable and unique. "Monsieur Potter," Madame Maxime said, her accent lending musical quality to words that carried obvious respect and admiration, "what you have accomplished here represents possibilities that we had not dared to imagine when we first received reports of your reforms. The integration of house traditions while maintaining their individual strengths suggests approaches to magical education that could benefit institutions throughout Europe and beyond." The Durmstrang delegation, led by a contingent of their most distinguished magical theorists, was particularly interested in the collaborative spellwork techniques that had emerged from the integration of all 4 founder traditions. Their observations of inter-house classes revealed magical capabilities that exceeded anything documented in their own extensive research into advanced magical education and development. Professor Karkaroff's replacement, a stern but fair-minded wizard, named Professor Dmitri Volkov, approached Harry with questions that reflected deep understanding of the theoretical foundations underlying the practical changes that had been implemented. The harmonization of diverse magical traditions that you have achieved should theoretically be impossible, he observed, his voice carrying the precision that characterized advanced magical research. Our own attempts to integrate different cultural approaches to magic have typically resulted in interference patterns and instability, rather than the enhancement effects we observe here. Harry's response drew on the Founder's combined wisdom to explain concepts that had taken him months to fully understand himself. The key lies in recognizing that the different magical traditions are not competing approaches, but complementary aspects of a unified whole, he said, his words carrying authority that impressed even the most senior international educators. When students learn to see Gryffindor courage, Ravenclaw wisdom, Hufflepuff loyalty, and Slytherin ambition as different facets of complete magical development rather than separate and conflicting philosophies, the apparent contradictions resolve into enhanced capabilities. The demonstration that followed his explanation provided concrete evidence for the theoretical principles he had outlined. Students from all four houses worked together on advanced magical projects that incorporated techniques from every Founder tradition simultaneously, creating effects that were both more powerful and more elegantly controlled than anything the international observers had previously encountered. A young Ravenclaw student named Luna Lovegood collaborated with Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, and even Theodore Nott from Slytherin to demonstrate agricultural magic that combined theoretical precision, practical application, nurturing enhancement, and strategic long-term planning in ways that produced results exceeding the sum of their individual capabilities. The international observers were particularly impressed by the complete absence of the competitive tension and inter-house hostility that had traditionally characterized magical education. Instead, students seemed genuinely excited about learning from peers whose different approaches to magic enhanced their own understanding and capabilities, rather than threatening their individual achievements or recognition. The delegation from the Salem Witches Institute brought perspectives from the American magical education system that had developed along different lines from the European house-based approach. Their leader, a distinguished witch named Professor Sarah Winters, was fascinated by the way Hogwarts had managed to preserve the beneficial aspects of house identity while eliminating the divisive competition that had limited student development for centuries. "What strikes me most about your reforms," Professor Winters observed during a private conversation with Harry, "is how you have managed to maintain the best elements of tradition while discarding the limitations that tradition had imposed. Our American system has always emphasized individual achievement over group identity, but we have struggled to provide the sense of belonging and community that your house system creates. Your integration of both approaches suggests possibilities we had not considered." The Japanese delegation from the Mahutakoro School of Magic brought their own unique perspectives on magical education, having developed approaches that emphasized harmony and balance between different magical disciplines. Their representative, an elderly wizard named Master Tanaka, spent considerable time observing the collaborative spellwork demonstrations and discussing theoretical frameworks with both Harry and the Hogwarts faculty. "The principles you have rediscovered here resonate strongly with ancient magical philosophies that our school has preserved for over 1,000 years, Master Tanaka said, his voice carrying the wisdom that came from decades of study and practice. "The integration of opposing forces to create greater harmony is fundamental to advanced magical understanding. But achieving such integration in an educational environment requires wisdom and capability that few possess. Perhaps most significantly, the transformations at Hogwarts had attracted attention from magical communities that had remained largely isolated from the mainstream wizarding world for centuries. A delegation of Aboriginal Australian wizards arrived through ancient portal networks that connected sacred sites throughout their vast continent, bringing knowledge of magical traditions that predated European wizarding culture by thousands of years. Their elder, a woman whose deep connection to the magical forces of her homeland was immediately apparent to Harry's enhanced perceptions, spoke with authority that resonated through the castle's ancient stones. "Young bridge builder," she said, using a term that seemed to acknowledge Harry's role in connecting diverse magical traditions. "The harmony you have created here echoes the Dreamtime teachings that guide our people's understanding of magic's true nature. The separation between different ways of knowing magic is an illusion that weakens all who accept it." The variety of international perspectives represented by the visiting delegations created opportunities for magical and cultural exchange that had not been possible during the previous era of educational isolation and competition. Students found themselves exposed to approaches to magic that challenged their assumptions while expanding their understanding of what was possible through dedicated study and collaborative practice. The formal presentations by international delegations were supplemented by informal interactions that proved equally valuable for all participants. Hogwarts students shared their experiences with integrated magical education, while visiting students and faculty contributed perspectives from their own cultural and educational backgrounds. The result was a rich tapestry of magical knowledge and understanding that exceeded what any single institution could have developed on its own. The success of the international gathering was matched by equally significant developments in the castle's relationships with the broader magical community within Britain itself. The Malfoy family's continued support for the reforms had encouraged other traditional wizarding families to reconsider their initial skepticism about the changes being implemented at Hogwarts. Narcissa Malfoy's visit to the castle provided a particularly dramatic example of how the transformation was affecting established social relationships within the wizarding community. Her son Draco's obvious happiness and enhanced magical development under the new system had convinced her that the reforms represented genuine improvements rather than dangerous experimentation with proven educational methods. "I have watched my son flourish in ways that would not have been possible under the traditional system," she said during a meeting with Harry and Professor McGonagall. "His natural Slytherin ambition has been channeled toward collaborative achievements that benefit his entire class rather than being focused on competition that ultimately weakened the magical community as a whole." The transformation of the Slytherin house culture had been one of the most remarkable aspects of the overall reforms, as students who had been taught to see themselves as inherently superior to their peers discovered the satisfaction and effectiveness of working toward shared goals. The house's natural cunning and strategic thinking proved invaluable in collaborative projects, while their ambition drove innovation and excellence that benefited everyone involved. Theodore Nott's leadership in developing new approaches to collaborative magical research exemplified the positive changes that had occurred within Slytherin House. His natural analytical abilities, combined with enhanced social skills developed through inter-house interaction, had made him one of the most effective student leaders in the transformed school community. Working with students from other houses has taught me that true achievement comes not from defeating others, but from helping everyone reach higher levels of capability, Theodore explained to his younger housemates during a mentoring session that would have been unthinkable under the previous system. The founders intended Slytherin ambition to serve the greater good, not to create divisions that weakened the magical community. The evolution of house cultures under the new system had created opportunities for students to develop more complete and balanced magical abilities than had been possible under the traditional approach. Gryffindor students learned to temper their courage with wisdom and strategic thinking, while Ravenclaw students discovered that their intellectual capabilities were enhanced by collaboration with peers who brought different perspectives and approaches to complex problems. Hufflepuff students, who had often been overlooked or underestimated under the competitive system, emerged as crucial contributors to collaborative projects, whose success depended on the loyalty, patience, and nurturing abilities that their house traditionally emphasized. Their natural talent for creating harmonious group dynamics proved essential for maintaining the cooperative atmosphere that made integrated magical education possible. The Ministry of Magic's continued support for the Hogwarts reforms had helped legitimize the changes throughout the broader wizarding community, but the international recognition the school was receiving provided even stronger validation for the innovative approaches being developed. Cornelius Fudge's visit to observe the international gathering gave him first-hand exposure to the global impact of the transformation he had helped authorize. "Mr. Potter," Minister Fudge said during a private meeting in the restored headmaster's office, "what began as a response to local administrative irregularities has evolved into something that could reshape magical education throughout the world. The international interest in your reforms suggests possibilities for British leadership in global magical affairs that we had not previously considered. The political implications of Hogwarts' international prominence were significant, as other magical governments began seeking consultation and technical assistance from British educational experts who had been involved in the transformation process. The school's success had created opportunities for cultural and educational diplomacy that could strengthen Britain's position within the international magical community for generations to come. Perhaps most importantly for Harry personally, the success of the international gathering had demonstrated that the vision he carried could indeed be realized on a global scale. The positive responses from educators and officials, representing dozens of different magical cultures and traditions, suggested that the principles underlying the Hogwarts reforms had universal applicability rather than being limited to the specific circumstances of British magical education. The week-long international conference concluded with the signing of the Edinburgh Accords, a formal agreement among participating magical institutions to collaborate in developing and implementing educational reforms based on the principles demonstrated at Hogwarts. The document established frameworks for ongoing cooperation, student and faculty exchange programs, and coordinated research into advanced collaborative magical techniques. Harry's role in the signing ceremony reflected his evolution from an uncertain 11-year-old student into a recognized leader in global magical education reform. As the youngest signatory to an international magical agreement in recorded history, he represented possibilities for positive change that transcended traditional boundaries of age, nationality, and institutional affiliation. The founder's combined wisdom within him provided the perspective necessary to understand the full significance of what was being accomplished, while his own natural abilities and developed leadership skills enabled him to serve effectively as the focal point for changes that could benefit magical communities throughout the world. The ceremony itself took place in the Great Hall, where the transformed seating arrangement provided an appropriate setting for an international gathering focused on cooperation and mutual support rather than competition and division. Representatives from every participating institution spoke briefly about their commitment to the principles embodied in the Accords, creating a chorus of voices that reflected the global scope of the movement Harry had helped initiate. As the final signatures were placed on the historic document, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him from his first, uncertain steps into the magical world to his current role as a leader in global educational reform. The path had been challenging and often dangerous, requiring him to develop capabilities and assume responsibilities that would have been overwhelming for someone without the founder's combined wisdom to guide and support him. But the results of that journey exceeded anything he could have imagined when he first boarded the Hogwarts Express just months before. The castle that had welcomed him as a confused and isolated child had been transformed into a beacon of hope and possibility for magical education throughout the world. Students who had been limited by artificial divisions and competitive pressure were now developing their full potential through collaborative learning and mutual support. Faculty members who had been constrained by traditional approaches and institutional politics were now free to implement innovative teaching methods that reflected the best insights and practices from multiple magical traditions. The castle itself had awakened to possibilities that had been dormant since the founder's time, becoming more than just a school, but a living symbol of what magical education could achieve when guided by principles of cooperation, inclusion, and respect for all forms of magical knowledge and capability. Most remarkably, the changes that had begun at Hogwarts were now spreading throughout the magical world, carried by the international educators and officials who had witnessed firsthand the benefits of integrated magical education. Schools throughout Europe, Asia, Australia, and the Americas were beginning to implement their own versions of the collaborative approaches that had proved so successful at Hogwarts. The global movement toward educational reform that had emerged from the Hogwarts transformation represented possibilities for positive change that could benefit magical communities for generations to come. Young witches and wizards throughout the world would have opportunities to develop balanced magical abilities and collaborative social skills that could help heal divisions and conflicts that had weakened magical society for centuries. As the international delegations prepared to depart the following morning, carrying with them knowledge and inspiration that would influence magical education in their home countries, Harry stood once again at the windows of the transformed castle and contemplated the future that lay ahead. The work of educational reform was far from complete, but the foundation had been established for changes that could reshape the magical world in ways that honored the founders' original vision while adapting it to meet the challenges and opportunities of the modern era. The young wizard who had arrived at Hogwarts as an uncertain 11-year-old was now recognized as a leader whose vision and capabilities had catalyzed the most significant transformation in magical education in over 1,000 years. The founder's combined legacy lived on through his work and through the countless students, faculty members, and educational reformers who had been inspired by the possibilities he had helped reveal. The castle itself pulsed with renewed purpose and vitality, its ancient stones resonating with magic that had been awakened by the restoration of collaborative principles and inclusive practices that reflected the founder's deepest intentions for magical education and community. Hogwarts had become not just a school, but a model for what magical society could achieve when guided by wisdom, courage, loyalty, and ambition, working together toward the greater good. The transformation was complete, but it represented only the beginning of possibilities that could reshape the magical world for the better. The vision that had been restored at Hogwarts was now spreading throughout the global magical community, carried by educators and students who had experienced firsthand the benefits of collaborative magical education and inclusive community building. As dawn broke over the castle grounds, illuminating a landscape that seemed somehow more vibrant and alive than it had been just months before, Harry felt the deep satisfaction that came from work well done and challenges successfully met. The founders' voices within him provided continuing guidance and support, but the responsibility for the future now rested with the global community of magical educators and students who had embraced the vision of cooperative learning and mutual support that had transformed Hogwarts from a good school into a truly great one. The magical world was changing, and those changes promised benefits that would extend far beyond education to influence every aspect of magical society and culture. The work that had begun with Harry's arrival at Hogwarts was now a global movement toward positive transformation that could help fulfill the founders' deepest hopes for what magic could achieve in service of wisdom, understanding, and the common good. The approach of Harry's final year at Hogwarts brought with it a bittersweet awareness that his time as a student was drawing to a close, even as his responsibilities as the catalyst for the most significant transformation in magical education history continued to expand and evolve. The castle that had welcomed him as an uncertain 11-year-old now stood as a testament to what could be achieved when vision, courage, and collaborative wisdom combined to overcome centuries of institutional inertia and artificial division. As he walked through corridors that had been fundamentally redesigned to encourage interaction and cooperation between students from all houses, Harry reflected on the extraordinary changes that had occurred not just in the physical structure of the school, but in the hearts and minds of everyone who called Hogwarts home. The competitive atmosphere that had once characterized inter-house relationships had been replaced by something far more valuable: a genuine sense of community, united by shared purpose and mutual respect. The morning sun streaming through windows that seemed somehow clearer and more luminous than they had been just years before illuminated a scene that would have been unimaginable when Harry first arrived at the school. Students from all 4 houses worked together in the Great Hall on collaborative research projects that drew on the combined magical traditions of every founder, their animated discussions reflecting the kind of intellectual excitement and cross-cultural learning that had been the founders' original vision for magical education. Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw sat beside Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, both of them collaborating with Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff and Blaise Zabini from Slytherin on a revolutionary approach to magical herbology that incorporated theoretical analysis, practical application, nurturing enhancement, and strategic cultivation planning in ways that had never been attempted before. Their work represented just one example of the countless innovations that had emerged from the integration of different house perspectives and abilities. The success of such collaborative projects had become so routine that it was easy to forget how revolutionary they had seemed when first implemented. Students who had been raised to see members of other houses as competitors or even enemies now worked together as naturally as breathing, their combined capabilities consistently exceeding what any individual could have achieved through traditional approaches to magical education. Harry's role in facilitating these developments had evolved considerably since his early days as a confused first-year student, struggling to understand his place in the magical world. He was now recognized not just within Hogwarts, but throughout the international magical community as the living embodiment of the Founders' combined legacy, someone whose unique abilities and understanding had catalyzed changes that could benefit magical society for generations to come. But with that recognition had come responsibilities that went far beyond anything a typical student would be expected to handle. Harry found himself regularly consulted by faculty members, government officials, and educational reformers from around the world who sought his insights and guidance on implementing similar collaborative approaches in their own institutions and communities. The establishment of the Hogwarts Leadership Academy represented one of the most significant developments in this regard, as the castle's success had created demand for formal training programs that could prepare future educational leaders to implement and maintain the kind of integrated magical education that had proved so successful. Harry worked closely with Professor McGonagall and other senior faculty members to develop curricula that would enable graduates to carry the Founders' vision to magical institutions throughout the world. The Academy's first cohort included promising young educators from dozens of countries, each bringing unique perspectives and cultural backgrounds that enriched the learning experience for everyone involved. Their presence at Hogwarts created additional opportunities for cross-cultural exchange and collaborative innovation, as traditional British magical education approaches were informed by insights and techniques from magical communities around the globe. Maria Santos, from the Brazilian magical education system, brought expertise in magical creature integration that complemented the work Harry had already begun with the centaurs, merpeople, and other non-human magical beings. Her knowledge of how indigenous South American magical communities had maintained harmonious relationships with magical creatures for millennia provided valuable guidance for expanding Hogwarts' collaborative programs even further. Kenji Yamamoto, from Japan, contributed understanding of magical balance and harmony principles that resonated strongly with the Founders' original vision, while offering practical techniques for maintaining stability in complex, collaborative magical systems. His meditation-based approaches to magical development proved particularly effective for students who had previously struggled with the emotional and psychological aspects of advanced spellwork. Dr. Amara Okonkwo, from the African Magical Education Confederation, shared knowledge of communal magical practices that had sustained magical communities for thousands of years without the kind of institutional hierarchies that had characterized European magical education. Her insights into consensus-based decision-making and collective magical enhancement techniques provided valuable perspectives for refining Hogwarts's collaborative governance structures. The integration of these diverse international perspectives into Hogwarts educational programs created learning opportunities that went far beyond what the founders themselves had originally envisioned. Students found themselves exposed to magical knowledge and techniques that had developed independently in different parts of the world, creating opportunities for innovation and synthesis that could advance magical understanding on a global scale. Perhaps most significantly, Harry's unique position as someone who carried the combined essence of all four founders enabled him to serve as a bridge between these different magical traditions, helping identify common principles and complementary techniques that could be integrated effectively without losing the distinctive characteristics that made each approach valuable and unique. The practical results of this expanded international collaboration were visible throughout the castle, as magical innovations developed through cross-cultural exchange began influencing every aspect of life at Hogwarts. The greenhouse systems developed through collaboration with Maria Santos produced magical plants with enhanced healing properties that revolutionized the school's approach to magical medicine. The meditation techniques shared by Kenji Yamamoto improved students' magical focus and emotional stability in ways that enhanced their performance across all subject areas. Most remarkably, the communal magical practices introduced by Dr. Okonkwo enabled the creation of large-scale collaborative spells that involved dozens of students working together as a unified magical community. These group magical workings produced effects that exceeded the sum of their individual capabilities by such significant margins that they attracted attention from magical researchers and theorists throughout the international community. The success of these innovations had created additional responsibilities for Harry as educational institutions around the world sought consultation and technical assistance in implementing similar approaches. His correspondence with magical educators and government officials from dozens of countries had become so extensive that Professor McGonagall had assigned him a team of administrative assistants to help manage the communications and coordination required to support the global movement toward collaborative magical education. But despite the international scope of his responsibilities, Harry remained committed to ensuring that the reforms at Hogwarts would continue and flourish long after his graduation. This commitment led to the establishment of the Student Leadership Council, a formal governance body that would provide continuity and institutional memory for the collaborative approaches that had proved so successful. The council included representatives from all four houses, as well as liaisons from the international student exchange programs that had become an integral part of Hogwarts' educational mission. These student leaders were trained not just in the practical techniques of collaborative magic and education, but also in the underlying principles and philosophy that made such approaches possible and sustainable. Hermione Granger's role as the Council's first president reflected her evolution from a brilliant but somewhat isolated academic achiever into a leader whose collaborative approach to learning and problem-solving exemplified the best aspects of the transformed educational system. Her natural analytical abilities had been enhanced by exposure to different house traditions and international perspectives, making her an ideal advocate for continued innovation and improvement. Ron Weasley's participation in the council as the representative for students from traditional wizarding families demonstrated how thoroughly the old prejudices and assumptions had been overcome through practical experience of collaborative magical education. His initial skepticism about working closely with students from other houses, particularly Slytherins, had been completely replaced by genuine enthusiasm for the enhanced capabilities and social benefits that resulted from such cooperation. Even more remarkably, Draco Malfoy's role as one of the Council's most effective advocates for inclusion and collaboration showed how completely the traditional Slytherin house culture had been transformed. His natural strategic thinking and leadership abilities were now directed toward advancing the collective good rather than pursuing individual advantage at others' expense. The Council's first major initiative involved the redesign of the four-house common rooms to better reflect the integrated nature of the transformed educational system. Rather than completely eliminating the separate spaces that had provided important social and cultural functions for centuries, the renovation created interconnected areas that maintained house identities while facilitating regular interaction and collaboration between students from different houses. The new Gryffindor Common Room maintained its traditional warm and welcoming atmosphere while incorporating study areas designed for collaborative research and social spaces that could accommodate visitors from other houses. Similar modifications to the other house common rooms created a network of interconnected spaces that supported both house pride and inter-house cooperation. The Ravenclaw Common Room's expansion included specialized research facilities that could be shared with students from other houses whose projects could benefit from access to advanced analytical tools and theoretical resources. The Hufflepuff Common Room was redesigned to include communal kitchens and healing spaces that served the entire school community. The Slytherin Common Room was transformed into a sophisticated strategic planning center, where students from all houses could work together on complex, long-term projects. These physical changes reflected deeper transformations in how students understood their relationships to their houses and to the broader school community. House identity remained important for providing social support and cultural continuity, but it was no longer seen as creating barriers or limitations on who students could work with or learn from. The success of the Common Room redesign project demonstrated the student body's readiness to take increasing responsibility for guiding and implementing the ongoing transformation of their educational environment. Faculty members who had initially been skeptical about students' ability to manage such complex institutional changes found themselves impressed by the wisdom and effectiveness of the collaborative approaches that emerged from student-led initiatives. Professor McGonagall's decision to step back from direct oversight of many day-to-day operational decisions reflected her growing confidence in the student leadership structure that had been established. Her role evolved from managing individual problems and conflicts to providing strategic guidance and long-term planning support for initiatives that originated within the student community itself. This shift toward greater student autonomy and responsibility represented one of the most significant departures from traditional magical educational approaches, which had typically maintained strict hierarchical relationships between faculty and students. The founders' original vision had always included greater student participation in their own educational process, but centuries of institutional development had gradually reduced students to passive recipients of predetermined curricula rather than active partners in collaborative learning communities. The restoration of student agency and leadership had effects that extended far beyond simple administrative efficiency. Students who were expected to take responsibility for their own learning and for contributing to their community's well-being developed levels of maturity and capability that exceeded anything achieved through traditional authoritarian educational approaches. The magical abilities demonstrated by students who had been educated within the transformed system consistently exceeded those of previous generations, not just in raw power or technical precision, but in the kind of balanced integration that reflected deep understanding of magical principles rather than mere memorization of techniques and procedures. Most significantly, these students developed social and leadership skills that prepared them to serve as positive agents of change within the broader magical community after graduation. Rather than simply reproducing existing patterns of division and conflict, they were equipped with both the knowledge and the practical experience necessary to continue the work of healing and integration that had begun at Hogwarts. The establishment of the Alumni Network for Collaborative Magic represented an attempt to maintain these connections and continue this work beyond the boundaries of formal education. Graduates of the transformed Hogwarts system committed to supporting each other and to advancing the principles of collaborative magical practice within their professional and community activities. The network's first major project involved establishing similar educational reforms at other magical institutions throughout Britain and Europe. Former Hogwarts students who had entered careers in magical education worked together to develop and implement collaborative approaches that were adapted to the specific needs and circumstances of their new institutional environments. The success of these efforts created a multiplier effect that extended the influence of the Hogwarts transformation far beyond what could have been achieved through individual efforts or isolated initiatives. Graduates working in magical government, business, research, and community organizations found ways to apply collaborative principles within their respective fields, creating positive changes that touched every aspect of magical society. Harry's role in supporting and coordinating these efforts required him to maintain extensive networks of communication and collaboration that would continue long after his formal graduation from Hogwarts. The responsibilities he had inherited as the living embodiment of the Founder's combined legacy were not limited to his time as a student, but represented lifelong commitments to advancing the cause of magical unity and collaborative progress. The recognition of this reality led to discussions about establishing a formal position that would enable Harry to continue his work on behalf of magical education, reform, and community building after graduation. The newly created role of Founder's representative would provide him with the authority and resources necessary to support collaborative magical education initiatives throughout the wizarding world while maintaining his base at Hogwarts. This position represented something entirely new in magical institutional history, reflecting the unprecedented nature of Harry's abilities and the global scope of the transformation he had catalyzed. Traditional magical career paths had not anticipated the emergence of someone whose unique connection to foundational magical principles created responsibilities and opportunities that transcended normal professional boundaries and institutional limitations. The establishment of the Founder's representative position required extensive consultation with magical governments, educational institutions, and community organizations throughout the world, as Harry's work would necessarily involve coordination and collaboration across traditional national and institutional boundaries. The complexity of these negotiations reflected the international significance of the Hogwarts transformation and the recognition that its continued success could benefit magical communities everywhere. As Harry's final year as a student progressed, the anticipation surrounding his graduation and transition into his new role created excitement throughout the magical world. Educational reformers, government officials, and community leaders from dozens of countries were already making requests for consultation and technical assistance that would extend his influence even further beyond the boundaries of Britain. But even as these external responsibilities expanded, Harry remained focused on ensuring that the foundation he was leaving behind at Hogwarts would continue to support and nurture the collaborative magical education that had proved so successful. The student leaders who would carry on his work were well prepared and highly motivated, but the transition would still require careful management to maintain the momentum and effectiveness that had been achieved. The approaching graduation ceremony represented not just the end of Harry's formal education, but the beginning of a new phase in the global movement toward collaborative magical practice and community building. The young wizard who had arrived at Hogwarts as an uncertain 11-year-old was preparing to step into a role that would influence magical education and community development throughout the world for generations to come. The Founder's combined wisdom within him provided guidance and support for the challenges ahead, while the community of allies and supporters he had built throughout his time at Hogwarts ensured that the work of positive transformation would continue regardless of individual changes or transitions. The vision of collaborative magical education and inclusive community building that had been restored at Hogwarts was now strong enough and widespread enough to survive and flourish independently of any single individual's efforts or leadership. As Harry stood once again at the windows of the transformed castle, looking out over grounds that pulsed with renewed life and purpose, he felt the deep satisfaction that came from work well done and a foundation solidly established for continued growth and development. The magical world was changing in ways that honored the Founder's deepest intentions, while adapting to the challenges and opportunities of the modern era. The legacy he was leaving behind at Hogwarts represented just the beginning of possibilities that could reshape magical society for the better, creating opportunities for cooperation, understanding, and mutual support that had been unimaginable when he first arrived at the school. The work would continue long after his graduation, carried forward by the countless students, educators, and community leaders who had been inspired by the vision of what magic could achieve when guided by wisdom, courage, loyalty, and ambition, working together toward the greater good. The morning of Harry Potter's graduation from Hogwarts dawned with a clarity and brilliance that seemed to promise new beginnings for the magical world itself. The ancient castle stood transformed in ways both visible and profound, its stones resonating with harmonies of magic that had not been heard for nearly 1,000 years. As delegates from magical institutions throughout the world gathered on the grounds to witness what many were calling the most significant educational ceremony in wizarding history, the very air seemed charged with possibilities that extended far beyond the formal conclusion of one young wizard's academic career. Harry stood at the window of his dormitory for the final time as a student, watching as representatives from dozens of magical schools, government officials from every major wizarding nation, and educational reformers whose work had been inspired by the Hogwarts transformation took their places in the expanded Great Hall, the morning light streaming through glass that seemed somehow clearer and more luminous than it had been 7 years before, illuminated a scene that would have been unimaginable when he first arrived as an uncertain 11-year-old. The Great Hall itself had been transformed once again for this extraordinary occasion, its magical ceiling displaying not the familiar reflection of the sky above Scotland, but a panoramic view of magical schools and communities throughout the world, where collaborative educational approaches inspired by the Hogwarts model were taking root and flourishing. Students and faculty from Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, Ilvermorny, Mahutokoro, and dozens of other institutions could be seen working together on projects that transcended traditional boundaries of nationality, culture, and magical tradition. As Harry made his way down to join the ceremony, he was accompanied by the friends and allies who had shared in the extraordinary journey of transformation that had defined their years at Hogwarts. Hermione Granger, now preparing to begin her own career as a magical education researcher and reform advocate, walked beside him with the confidence of someone whose analytical mind had been enhanced by years of collaborative learning and cross-cultural exchange. Ron Weasley, whose initial skepticism about working with students from other houses had evolved into genuine enthusiasm for the benefits of cooperative magical practice, carried himself with the dignity of someone who had discovered capabilities he never knew he possessed. Most remarkably, Draco Malfoy joined them as a friend and collaborator whose transformation from a prejudiced and competitive young wizard into a thoughtful leader committed to healing historical divisions represented one of the most dramatic personal changes catalyzed by the school's reformation. His presence at Harry's side during the graduation ceremony would send a powerful message to the wizarding world about the possibilities for reconciliation and cooperation that had been demonstrated at Hogwarts. The ceremony began with an unprecedented gathering of the 4 house ghosts, whose manifestation with full authority and presence had become routine during the years of transformation, but never failed to inspire awe and respect from those witnessing it for the first time. Nearly headless Nick, the Fat Friar, the Grey Lady, and the Bloody Baron appeared together at the front of the Great Hall, their translucent forms glowing with inner light that reflected their connection to the foundational magic that had created Hogwarts and now guided its continuing evolution. Students and faculty of Hogwarts, nearly headless. Nick began, his voice carrying through the hall with harmonics that seemed to resonate from the castle's ancient stones themselves. We gather today, not merely to mark the completion of one young wizard's formal education, but to celebrate the restoration of our founder's vision and the beginning of a new era in magical learning and community building. The ghost's words were echoed by the other house spirits, each contributing their unique perspective on the significance of what had been accomplished and the promise it held for the future of magical education throughout the world. Their combined testimony provided historical context that connected the day's celebration to the deepest traditions and aspirations of the magical community. But the ceremony's most dramatic moment came with the appearance of the founders themselves, manifesting with even greater power and presence than they had during their previous interventions in the transformation process. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin materialized in the Great Hall as fully realized presences whose authority and wisdom filled the vast space with magic that could be felt by every person present, regardless of their individual magical sensitivity. "Young heir," Godric Gryffindor said, his voice carrying the authority that had once commanded armies and inspired generations of witches and wizards to acts of remarkable courage. "You have exceeded even our most optimistic expectations for what could be accomplished through the restoration of our combined legacy. The transformation of Hogwarts from a place of division into a beacon of unity and collaboration represents the fulfillment of dreams we scarcely dared to articulate when we first raised these walls in service of magical education." Rowena Ravenclaw stepped forward, her regal bearing and obvious intelligence commanding immediate attention from the assembled graduates and dignitaries. "More than that," she continued, "the influence of what has been achieved here extends far beyond these castle walls to touch magical communities throughout the world. The collaborative approaches to magical education that have been developed and refined at Hogwarts are now being implemented in institutions across multiple continents, creating opportunities for cross-cultural learning and cooperation that could heal divisions and conflicts that have weakened magical society for centuries." Helga Hufflepuff's contribution to the founders' testimony focused on the human connections and community building that had been at the heart of the transformation process. "The bonds of friendship and mutual support that have been forged between students from all houses and all backgrounds," she said, her voice carrying the warmth and nurturing energy that had always characterized her approach to magical education, "represent the true foundation upon which lasting, positive change can be built. When young witches and wizards learn to see each other as partners and collaborators rather than competitors or enemies, they develop not just enhanced magical abilities, but the social skills and emotional maturity necessary to create a better world." Salazar Slytherin's words carried particular weight given the historical misconceptions and negative stereotypes that had surrounded his legacy for centuries. "The cunning and ambition that I valued as essential magical virtues," he observed, his voice carrying the analytical precision that had made him legendary for his ability to perceive hidden truths and complex motivations, were always intended to serve the greater good rather than individual advancement at others' expense. Through the young heir's example and the collaborative culture that has been established here, my true vision for what magical achievement could become has finally been realized. The founders' combined presence created magical effects throughout the Great Hall that exceeded anything previously witnessed in the castle's long history. Every magical artifact and enchantment within the building began resonating in harmony, creating a symphony of magical energy that seemed to celebrate not just Harry's graduation, but the successful completion of a transformation that had taken 7 years to fully implement and would influence magical education for generations to come. As the founders' spirits began to fade with their final blessing, they were replaced by an even more extraordinary manifestation: the appearance of former headmasters and headmistresses from throughout Hogwarts history, whose portraits had remained silent for decades, but were now inspired to speak by the magnitude of what had been accomplished. These educational leaders from past eras offered their own perspectives on the significance of the transformation and their hopes for its continuing influence on magical society. The formal graduation ceremony that followed included presentations of academic achievements that reflected the unprecedented levels of magical capability and intellectual development that had been achieved through the integrated educational approaches. Students who had been educated within the collaborative system demonstrated magical abilities that consistently exceeded historical standards, while also showing the kind of balanced personal development that prepared them to serve as positive agents of change within their communities. Harry's own academic record reflected mastery of magical techniques and theoretical understanding that drew on all 4 founder traditions simultaneously, creating a comprehensive magical education that had never been achieved by any previous student in Hogwarts' long history. But his individual achievements, remarkable as they were, represented only one aspect of what had been accomplished through the transformation of the school's educational mission and community culture. The graduation addresses, delivered by international dignitaries, emphasized the global significance of what had been achieved at Hogwarts and the continuing demand for consultation and technical assistance from magical institutions throughout the world. The collaborative approaches that had been developed and refined at the school were now being adapted and implemented in educational settings across multiple continents, creating a worldwide movement toward more inclusive and effective magical education. Minister Cornelius Fudge's address to the graduating class reflected his government's continued support for the educational reforms and their recognition of the international leadership role that Britain had assumed through the success of the Hogwarts transformation. The innovations that have emerged from this institution, he declared, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone whose political judgment had been vindicated by subsequent events, have positioned magical Britain at the forefront of educational reform and international cooperation, creating opportunities for positive influence that will benefit our magical community for generations to come. Perhaps most significantly, the ceremony included formal recognition of Harry's appointment to the newly created position of Founders Representative, a role that would enable him to continue his work on behalf of collaborative magical education and community building throughout the wizarding world. The position represented something entirely unprecedented in magical institutional history, reflecting both his unique capabilities and the global scope of the transformation he had catalyzed. The responsibilities associated with this new role were outlined in a charter signed by representatives from magical governments and educational institutions throughout the world, formally recognizing Harry's authority to facilitate the implementation of collaborative magical education approaches wherever they might be welcomed and supported. The scope of these responsibilities was truly global, with requests for consultation and technical assistance already pending from magical communities on every inhabited continent. But even as these external responsibilities expanded, the ceremony also celebrated the success of the succession planning that would ensure the continuation of collaborative approaches at Hogwarts itself. The Student Leadership Council that Harry had helped establish was now fully capable of managing the day-to-day implementation of integrated educational programs, while the faculty had developed the expertise and commitment necessary to support and guide these student-led initiatives. Hermione Granger's appointment as the first Director of Interhouse Cooperation reflected her evolution from a brilliant individual achiever into a leader whose collaborative approach to learning and problem-solving exemplified the best aspects of the transformed educational system. Her new role would involve coordinating the continuing development of integrated curricula while also serving as a liaison with international educational reformers seeking to implement similar approaches in their own institutions. Ron Weasley's selection as the head of student life and community building demonstrated how completely traditional prejudices and assumptions about magical education had been overcome through practical experience of collaborative learning. His responsibilities would include maintaining the supportive community culture that had been established, while also helping new students adapt to the expectations and opportunities of integrated magical education. Even Draco Malfoy's appointment as Director of Alumni Relations and External Partnerships showed how thoroughly the old house rivalries and social divisions had been transcended through shared commitment to the principles of cooperation and mutual support. His role would involve maintaining connections with graduates who were implementing collaborative approaches in their professional and community activities, while also coordinating with the growing network of international institutions seeking to learn from Hogwarts' experience. The ceremony's concluding element involved Harry's demonstration of the advanced collaborative magic that had become possible through the integration of all 4 founder traditions. Working with volunteers from each house and several international guests, he facilitated a group magical working that involved nearly 50 participants, creating effects that exceeded the sum of their individual capabilities by orders of magnitude. The collaborative spell they cast together was designed to strengthen and enhance the magical protection surrounding not just Hogwarts, but every educational institution whose representatives were present for the ceremony. The result was a network of interconnected protective enchantments that would safeguard collaborative magical education programs throughout the world, while also facilitating communication and cooperation between institutions committed to the founder's vision. As the magical energy from this unprecedented collaborative working settled into stable patterns that would endure for generations, Harry felt the profound satisfaction that came from knowing that the transformation he had helped catalyze was now strong enough and widespread enough to continue growing and evolving independently of his direct involvement. The reception that followed the formal ceremony provided opportunities for more personal celebrations and reflections on the extraordinary journey that had brought the Hogwarts community to this historic moment. Students, faculty, and international guests mingled freely in conversations that reflected the kind of cross-cultural exchange and collaborative learning that had become routine at the transformed school. Harry found himself surrounded by friends and allies whose lives had been profoundly changed by their participation in the transformation process. The relationships that had been forged through years of collaborative learning and shared commitment to positive change represented bonds that would endure long beyond their formal association with Hogwarts. But perhaps the most meaningful moment of the entire day came during a private gathering of the house ghosts, the portraits of former headmasters, and the manifestations of the founders themselves, who appeared one final time to offer their personal congratulations and continuing support for the work that lay ahead. "You have accomplished something that we ourselves never achieved during our lifetimes," Godric Gryffindor said, his voice carrying warmth and pride that transcended the boundaries between life and death. "The unity and collaboration that you have restored to our school represents the fulfillment of our deepest aspirations for what magical education could become." Rowena Ravenclaw's final words focused on the intellectual and cultural legacy that would continue to influence magical learning throughout the world. The knowledge and understanding that have been developed and shared through the collaborative approaches you have established will continue to grow and evolve, creating possibilities for magical advancement that extend far beyond what any of us could have imagined. Helga Hufflepuff's blessing emphasized the human connections and community bonds that would sustain the transformation through whatever challenges and changes the future might bring. The love and mutual support that characterize the relationships you have helped build will provide strength and guidance for all who continue this work, ensuring that the vision of collaborative magical community remains alive and vibrant for generations to come. Salazar Slytherin's final contribution reflected his recognition that the true meaning of magical ambition lay in service to purposes greater than individual advancement. "The legacy you leave behind represents the highest expression of the cunning and strategic thinking that I valued," he observed, "because it creates opportunities for countless others to achieve their full potential while contributing to the greater good of the magical community." As the founders' spirits began to fade with the setting sun, they were replaced by a gentle radiance that seemed to emanate from the castle itself, as if Hogwarts had absorbed their blessing and would carry their presence forward into the future through the transformed magical infrastructure that would continue to support collaborative education and community building. The evening concluded with Harry standing once again at the windows of what had been Gryffindor Tower, looking out over grounds that pulsed with renewed life and purpose. But now he was no longer viewing the scene as a student preparing to leave his educational home, but as the founder's representative whose continuing work would help ensure that the vision restored at Hogwarts would spread throughout the magical world. The young wizard who had arrived at the castle as an uncertain 11-year-old was now preparing to face the wider world as a leader whose abilities and understanding had been shaped by the combined wisdom of all four founders. The responsibilities that lay ahead were enormous, but they represented opportunities to advance the cause of magical cooperation and community building on a global scale. The transformation of Hogwarts was complete, but it represented only the beginning of possibilities that could reshape magical society for the better. Students who had been educated within the collaborative system were now graduated and ready to carry the founders' vision into every aspect of magical life and work. Faculty members who had been trained in integrated educational approaches were prepared to train others and adapt these methods to different institutional contexts. International partnerships and exchange programs had been established that would continue to facilitate cross-cultural learning and cooperation long into the future. The network of collaborative magical education that had begun with the transformation of a single school was now spreading throughout the world, creating opportunities for positive change that exceeded anything the magical community had previously dared to imagine. As stars began appearing in the darkening sky above the Scottish Highlands, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this point, and the even greater adventures that awaited him in his new role as a global advocate for collaborative magical education and community building. The founders' combined wisdom within him provided guidance and strength for whatever challenges might arise, while the network of allies and supporters he had built throughout his years at Hogwarts ensured that the work of positive transformation would continue regardless of individual obstacles or setbacks. The castle itself seemed to share his sense of satisfaction and anticipation, its ancient stones humming with magical energy that spoke of purposes fulfilled and new possibilities awakening. Hogwarts had been restored to its intended greatness and had become something even greater, a living symbol of what could be achieved when vision, courage, loyalty, and ambition worked together in service of the greater good. The magical world was changing, and those changes promised benefits that would extend far beyond education, to influence every aspect of magical society and culture. The work that had begun with Harry's arrival at Hogwarts as a confused and isolated child was now a global movement toward positive transformation that honored the founders' deepest intentions while adapting their vision to meet the challenges and opportunities of a new era. The graduation ceremony was over, but the real work was just beginning. The young man who had once wondered if he truly belonged in the magical world was now recognized as the living embodiment of its highest aspirations and greatest possibilities. The future stretched ahead, filled with opportunities to serve causes greater than any individual advancement, and Harry faced that future with confidence born of wisdom, earned through years of collaborative learning and shared achievement. The story of Harry Potter's time at Hogwarts had reached its conclusion, but the story of what magic could accomplish in service of wisdom, understanding, and the common good was just beginning to unfold on a scale that encompassed the entire magical world and promised benefits for generations yet to come. Dawn broke over Hogwarts with an unusual brilliance, as if the ancient castle's stones themselves had absorbed starlight during the night and were now releasing it in gentle waves of luminescence. Harry Potter woke in his four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower to find that the dormitory's familiar red and gold hangings had somehow acquired subtle traces of blue, yellow, and green threading that definitely hadn't been there the night before. His roommates were still sleeping, their breathing creating a peaceful rhythm that seemed to harmonize with something deeper, a pulse that Harry realized was coming from the castle itself. He dressed quietly and made his way down to the common room, where the early morning light streaming through the tall windows revealed more changes. The portrait of the fat lady had been joined overnight by 3 other figures: a wise-looking woman in blue robes who could only be Rowena Ravenclaw, a kindly witch in yellow who radiated the warmth of Helga Hufflepuff, and a stern but noble man whose green-trimmed cloak marked him as Salazar Slytherin. The 4 founders stood together in the frame, conversing in low tones that ceased the moment Harry appeared. "Good morning, young heir," Godric Gryffindor said, his painted eyes twinkling with something that might have been pride. "The castle has been quite chatty since your arrival. It seems every stone has something to say about the changes you've brought." Harry approached the portrait with the same respectful manner he had shown the previous evening. "I can feel it too," he replied softly, not wanting to wake his sleeping housemates. "It's like the whole place is more alive, somehow." "Is that normal?" Rowena Ravenclaw stepped forward, her expression thoughtful and analytical. "Normal is a relative concept when dealing with magic as ancient and complex as what flows through your veins," she observed. "You carry within you the essence of our combined knowledge and abilities. Naturally, Hogwarts responds to your presence, as it would to one of us." The conversation was interrupted by footsteps on the stairs, leading down from the boys' dormitories. Ron Weasley appeared, his red hair sticking up at odd angles and his freckled face creased with confusion. "Harry," he said, yawning widely. "Are you talking to someone? I thought I heard voices." Harry glanced back at the portrait, but the founders had returned to their silent poses, leaving only the fat lady visible in her frame. She winked at Harry before settling back into her usual position. "Just thinking out loud," Harry told Ron, which wasn't entirely untrue. "Ready for breakfast?" The great hall buzzed with an energy that had nothing to do with the usual morning excitement about classes and mail delivery. Students from all 4 houses kept glancing toward the Gryffindor table where Harry sat, and more than a few conversations died into whispers when he looked in their direction. The morning post arrived with the usual flurry of owls, but even they seemed affected by the changed atmosphere, several of the larger birds landing near Harry's seat and regarding him with intelligent eyes that held more recognition than any owl should possess. Professor McGonagall appeared at his shoulder with his class schedule, her usually stern expression softened by something that might have been maternal concern. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly, "your first class today is Transfiguration. I trust you'll find the subject engaging, though I suspect you may discover it comes more naturally to you than to most students." There was something in her tone that suggested she knew more about his situation than she was letting on. But before Harry could ask, she had moved on to distribute schedules to other first-year Gryffindors. He studied his timetable, noting that his classes were scheduled across all 4 areas of the castle, almost as if someone had deliberately planned for him to spend time in each house's traditional domain. The Transfiguration classroom was located in the castle's east wing, and as Harry made his way through corridors that seemed somehow brighter and more welcoming than they had the night before, he became aware that he wasn't walking alone. Students from other houses had timed their movements to coincide with his, creating an informal procession that felt both spontaneous and inevitable. A Hufflepuff third year named Cedric Diggory fell into step beside him, his handsome features marked by curiosity rather than the suspicion Harry had expected from older students. "Remarkable display last night," Diggory said conversationally. "I've been at Hogwarts for 3 years, and I've never seen anything like what happened during your sorting. The way the hat spoke before it even touched you, and the way all the magical artifacts in the castle seemed to sing in harmony afterward. My dorm mates were talking about it until well past midnight." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment at the attention, but also something else, a sense of responsibility that seemed to come from somewhere deep within him. "I don't really understand it all myself yet," he admitted, "but I can feel that things are different. The castle itself feels more alive, more connected somehow." They reached the Transfiguration classroom, where Professor McGonagall was already arranging materials on her desk with her usual precise efficiency. The room was filled with first-year students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin, creating the traditional mix that had defined this particular class for generations. But as Harry entered, something extraordinary happened. The classroom itself seemed to brighten, not with additional light, but with a sense of heightened magical potential that made every student sit up straighter and look around with renewed interest. McGonagall noticed the change immediately, her sharp eyes taking in the altered atmosphere with the practiced gaze of someone who had taught transfiguration for decades. She had felt something similar only once before, during a demonstration by a master of the art who had visited Hogwarts when she was still a student herself. The magic in the room now carried that same quality of profound competence and unlimited possibility. "Today we will begin with the fundamental principles of transfiguration," she announced, her voice carrying clearly through the attentive silence. "The art of changing one object into another requires not only technical knowledge, but also a deep understanding of the essential nature of things. Watch carefully." She selected a match from the box on her desk and, with a simple gesture of her wand, transformed it into a gleaming silver needle. The change was so smooth and perfect that several students gasped in admiration. "Now," she continued, "I want each of you to attempt the same transformation. Remember, you must visualize the change completely before attempting to cast the spell." Students began working in pairs, their concentrated efforts filling the room with the soft sounds of whispered incantations and the occasional frustrated sigh when spells failed to produce the desired results. Harry found himself partnered with Hermione Granger, a bushy-haired girl whose reputation for academic excellence had already spread through the first-year class, despite their having been at school for less than a day. Hermione approached the task with typical methodical precision, studying the match intently before attempting her first transformation. Her spell produced a match that was slightly more metallic than before, but still recognizably made of wood. She frowned at the result, clearly frustrated by what she perceived as failure. Harry picked up his own match and held it gently in his palm. Instead of immediately reaching for his wand, he closed his eyes and allowed his mind to expand, drawing on knowledge that seemed to come from somewhere beyond his own experience. He could sense the match's essential nature, its molecular structure, its history as a piece of wood that had once been part of a living tree. But he could also perceive something else, a potential for transformation that existed not just in the match, but in the space around it, in the very air they breathed. When he opened his eyes and raised his wand, the incantation came to his lips with perfect pronunciation, despite his never having heard it before. The match didn't simply change from wood to metal. Instead, it seemed to flow through the transformation, becoming something that was simultaneously both and neither before, settling into its final form as a needle so perfectly crafted that it might have been made by a master silversmith. The classroom fell silent as students stared at Harry's result, then at Harry himself. Even Hermione, whose pride in her academic abilities was well established, looked at the needle with undisguised amazement. Professor McGonagall approached their table, her expression carefully neutral, but her eyes bright with something that might have been recognition. "Remarkable work, Mr. Potter," she said, picking up the needle to examine it more closely. "This level of precision typically requires years of study and practice. May I ask how you approached the transformation?" Harry considered his answer carefully, aware that every student in the classroom was listening intently. "It wasn't just about changing the wood into metal," he said slowly. "I could sense that everything in the room was connected somehow, and the transformation felt more like guiding a natural process than forcing an unnatural change. The match wanted to become something else, and I just helped it find its way." McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly, and she exchanged a meaningful glance with Hermione, who was scribbling furiously on a piece of parchment, as if trying to capture every word of Harry's explanation. The professor set the needle down gently and moved to address the entire class, but her words seemed directed primarily at Harry. "What Mr. Potter has just described represents one of the most advanced theoretical approaches to transfiguration," she said. "The concept that objects possess an inherent potential for transformation, and that the skilled practitioner serves more as a guide than a dominating force, is something that most wizards don't grasp until their 7th year of study, if ever. It appears that some individuals possess an intuitive understanding of these principles that goes beyond mere academic learning. The rest of the class passed, with Harry continuing to demonstrate abilities that clearly exceeded first-year expectations. Every transformation he attempted succeeded not just completely, but with an elegance and precision that spoke of deep understanding rather than lucky accident. Other students found their own work improving simply by observing his technique, as if his presence somehow enhanced the magical atmosphere of the entire classroom. When class ended and students began filing out, Harry lingered to help clean up the materials they had used. As he was placing unused matches back in their box, he became aware that Professor McGonagall was studying him with an expression of barely concealed concern. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly, ensuring they couldn't be overheard by departing students, "I wonder if you might spare a moment for a private conversation. There are some things about your magical development that I believe we should discuss." Harry nodded respectfully, sensing that this conversation was important, not just for him, but for reasons he couldn't yet fully understand. Professor McGonagall waited until the last student had left, before casting a privacy charm that surrounded them with a bubble of silence. "In my 40 years of teaching," she began, "I have encountered perhaps 3 students who demonstrated the kind of intuitive magical understanding you displayed today. Each of them went on to achieve remarkable things in their chosen fields, but none of them possessed the additional complexity of your particular situation. The events of last evening, combined with what I observed in class today, suggest that your magical development may follow a very different path than that of your classmates." Harry found himself responding with a maturity that surprised even him. "I can feel that something is different about me," he admitted. "When I use magic, it doesn't feel like I'm learning something new. It feels like I'm remembering something I've always known, but had forgotten. And there are voices sometimes, not speaking to me directly, but like whispered conversations just at the edge of hearing." McGonagall nodded slowly, her expression growing more serious. "Those voices may well be the founders themselves," she said. "What you experienced during your sorting was unprecedented in Hogwarts' recorded history. The magical resonance you created with the castle's foundational enchantments suggests that you have somehow inherited not just power, but knowledge and memory from Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin themselves." The implications of her words settled over Harry like a heavy cloak. He was 11 years old, barely beginning his magical education, and yet he was apparently carrying within him the accumulated wisdom and abilities of the 4 most powerful wizards in Hogwarts' history. The responsibility felt overwhelming, but also somehow familiar, as if he had been preparing for it his entire life without knowing it. Their conversation was interrupted by a soft knock on the classroom door. Professor Flitwick peered around the edge, his diminutive stature making him appear almost childlike despite his obvious age and dignity. "Minerva," he said in his high, cheerful voice, "I do hope I'm not interrupting, but I couldn't help but notice some rather extraordinary magical resonances emanating from your classroom during the past hour. Is everything quite all right?" McGonagall glanced at Harry, who nodded slightly to indicate his willingness to include the charms professor in their discussion. "Please come in, Phileas," she said. "We were just discussing Mr. Potter's rather remarkable magical development. I believe you may find the conversation enlightening." Flitwick entered the room and immediately cast his own privacy charms, adding layers of protection that would prevent even the most determined eavesdropper from overhearing their words. His normally cheerful demeanor became more serious as he studied Harry with eyes that held decades of experience in recognizing unusual magical talent. "I felt it too," the little professor said softly. "During your transfiguration class, the magical field throughout this entire section of the castle became more concentrated and responsive. It was as if someone had tuned the very air to a higher frequency of magical receptivity. I haven't experienced anything like it since my early days as a student, when I had the privilege of observing a demonstration by a true master of the charms discipline. Harry found himself curious about Professor Flitwick's perspective, sensing that the charms master might have insights that could help him understand his situation better. "What did you feel exactly?" he asked. "When you say the magical field changed, what does that mean?" Flitwick's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of a teacher encountering a genuinely interested student. "Magic, as you will learn, is not simply about casting spells and performing tricks," he began. "It is a fundamental force that permeates everything around us, connecting all living things and many non-living ones as well. Most wizards interact with this force in a fairly limited way, drawing on it to power their spells but never truly connecting with its deeper currents." He paused to gesture around the classroom, indicating the very air they breathed. "What I sensed during your class was someone who was not just using magic, but conversing with it, guiding it, even enhancing it for everyone in the surrounding area. That kind of rapport with the fundamental forces of magic is extremely rare and suggests a level of innate understanding that goes far beyond normal magical education." The conversation continued for several more minutes, with both professors sharing observations and theories about Harry's unique situation. When they finally dismissed him to attend his next class, Harry left with a much clearer understanding of the magnitude of what was happening to him, but also with a growing sense of isolation. How could he possibly relate to other students his age when he was carrying such extraordinary responsibilities and abilities? His next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by Professor Quirrell, in a classroom that smelled strongly of garlic and fear. The nervous professor seemed even more twitchy than usual as Harry entered, his turban-covered head turning repeatedly toward the young Gryffindor with an expression of barely concealed anxiety. Other students filed in, taking their seats with the usual mixture of excitement and apprehension that accompanied their first defense class. Quirrell began with a lecture on the basic principles of magical defense, his stammering voice making it difficult for students to follow his explanations. But as he spoke, Harry became increasingly aware that there was something wrong with the professor's magical signature. Where other teachers radiated steady, controlled power, Quirrell seemed to flicker between different magical states, as if he were fighting some kind of internal battle. When Quirrell called for volunteers to demonstrate a simple blocking charm, Harry raised his hand along with several other eager students. The professor's eyes fixed on him with an intensity that seemed at odds with his usual nervous demeanor, and Harry felt an odd, tingling sensation in his scar, though it wasn't painful, like the warning sensation he remembered from his encounter with Voldemort as a baby. "Come forward, Mr. Peapotter," Quirrell stuttered, his hands trembling as he prepared to cast a mild jinx that students could practice defending against. Harry approached the front of the classroom, his wand held in the proper defensive position he had somehow known without being taught. The moment Quirrell cast his spell, something extraordinary happened. Instead of simply blocking the jinx with a standard Protego charm, Harry instinctively wove together defensive techniques from all four founders' traditions. Gryffindor's courage allowed him to stand firm against the attack without flinching. Ravenclaw's wisdom helped him analyze the spell's structure and find its weaknesses. Hufflepuff's loyalty extended his protection to cover several nearby students who might have been affected by magical overflow, and Slytherin's cunning enabled him to not just defend, but to redirect the jinx back toward its caster with perfect control. The result was a defensive display so complex and sophisticated that Quirrell staggered backward, his eyes wide with shock and what might have been fear. The jinx, now harmless, but still visible as a shimmering golden light, circled the classroom before settling gently on the professor's desk, where it dissolved into sparkles that looked remarkably like celebration fireworks. The classroom erupted in excited chatter as students tried to understand what they had just witnessed. Even Hermione, whose voracious reading had given her extensive theoretical knowledge of defensive magic, stared at Harry with something approaching awe. The defensive technique he had just performed was so far beyond first-year capabilities that it would have been impressive coming from a seventh-year student. Quirrell, meanwhile, had gone completely pale beneath his turban, and his hands were shaking so violently that he had to grip the edge of his desk to maintain his balance. "Excellent work, Mr. Potter," he managed to stammer. Perhaps you would be so good as to return to your seat while I demonstrate the technique for your classmates." But as Harry made his way back to his desk, he noticed that Quirrell's attempts to reproduce even a simple version of the defensive charm were failing spectacularly. The professor's magic seemed unstable, fluctuating between different power levels and occasionally producing completely unintended effects. More concerning still, Harry could sense something else in the room now, a cold presence that made his scar tingle with familiar discomfort. The class continued with Quirrell growing increasingly flustered as his spells continued to misfire. Several students began whispering among themselves, clearly aware that something was wrong, but unable to identify exactly what it might be. Harry found himself studying the professor more intently, using perceptions that seemed to come from Ravenclaw's analytical nature, combined with Slytherin's ability to detect deception. What he sensed made his blood run cold. There was definitely someone else present in the classroom, someone whose magical signature was both familiar and absolutely terrifying. The presence was somehow connected to Quirrell, but separate from him, like a parasite feeding on its host. And that presence was focused entirely on Harry, studying him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. When class finally ended, Harry lingered as other students filed out, ostensibly to ask Quirrell a question about the reading assignment, but actually to get a closer sense of what was hiding behind the professor's nervous facade. As he approached the desk, Quirrell's head snapped up with startling speed, and for just a moment his eyes held an intelligence and malevolence that was completely at odds with his usual scattered demeanor. "Was there something you needed, Mr. Potter?" Quirrell asked, but his stutter seemed forced now, as if he were deliberately maintaining a pretense of weakness and confusion. Harry studied the professor's face, noting details that his enhanced perceptions made startlingly clear. The man was wearing a mask, not literally but magically, projecting an image of incompetence to hide something far more dangerous underneath. "I was wondering about advanced defensive techniques," Harry said carefully, testing how the hidden presence would respond to probing questions. "The demonstration today showed me that there's much more to magical defense than simple blocking charms. Are there resources in the library that might help me understand the more complex approaches?" Quirrell's reaction was subtle but telling. His left hand moved unconsciously toward his turban, as if adjusting something that was causing him discomfort, and his eyes flickered with an emotion that might have been hunger or anticipation. "I'm sure the library has many excellent resources on defensive magic," he replied, but his voice carried undertones that suggested he was really thinking about something entirely different. Harry thanked the professor politely and left the classroom, but as he walked down the corridor toward his next class, he found his mind racing with implications of what he had discovered. There was definitely something wrong with Professor Quirrell, something that went beyond simple nervousness or incompetence. The presence he had sensed felt familiar in a way that made his scar ache with remembered pain, and Harry was beginning to suspect that his first year at Hogwarts was going to be far more dangerous than anyone had expected. As he made his way toward the dungeons for his first potions class with Professor Snape, Harry reflected on the morning's experiences. In just 2 classes, he had demonstrated abilities that exceeded normal expectations by such a wide margin that his professors were clearly struggling to understand what they were dealing with. But more concerning still, he had discovered that at least one member of the faculty was harboring secrets that could threaten not just his own safety, but the security of the entire school. The dungeons felt different as he descended the stone steps, not cold and forbidding as they were supposed to be, but somehow welcoming, as if Salazar Slytherin's ancient magic recognized his approach and was preparing to embrace him as a returning heir. Other students, particularly those from Gryffindor, seemed to find the atmosphere oppressive and uncomfortable, but Harry felt a strange sense of homecoming that he couldn't fully explain. The day was far from over, and already Harry knew that his time at Hogwarts was going to challenge everything he thought he knew about magic, power, and his own place in the wizarding world. The summons came 3 days after Harry's extraordinary display in defense against the dark arts, delivered by a house elf whose large eyes held an unusual mixture of reverence and concern. "Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office immediately after dinner, young master," the elf squeaked, bowing so low that his long nose nearly touched the floor. "The password is sherbet lemon, and he asks that you come alone." Harry had been expecting this meeting since his first morning at Hogwarts, when he had begun to sense the headmaster's growing interest in his unusual abilities. Throughout the past few days, he had noticed Dumbledore's eyes following him during meals, had caught glimpses of the elderly wizard consulting with various portraits throughout the castle, and had felt the subtle, magical probes that tested the edges of his consciousness with increasing frequency and intensity. As he made his way through the corridors toward the headmaster's tower that evening, Harry found his awareness expanding in ways that felt both natural and alarming. Ravenclaw's inherited wisdom allowed him to perceive the intricate web of monitoring charms that had been woven throughout the castle, many of them focused specifically on tracking his movements and activities. Slytherin's cunning helped him recognize the political implications of this meeting, while Gryffindor's courage steadied his resolve to face whatever confrontation awaited him. The gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office stepped aside with unusual deference after Harry spoke the password, as if it too could sense the unprecedented, magical signatures he carried. The moving spiral staircase seemed to ascend more slowly than usual, giving Harry time to prepare himself mentally for what he suspected would be a conversation that could determine the course of his entire time at Hogwarts. The headmaster's office was exactly as Harry had imagined it would be, a circular room filled with delicate silver instruments, portraits of former headmasters, and shelves lined with ancient books whose titles suggested knowledge that most wizards spent lifetimes seeking to understand. Forks. The Phoenix regarded Harry from his golden perch with eyes that held intelligence far beyond that of any ordinary bird, and several of the magical instruments began humming softly as Harry entered, their reactions suggesting they were responding to his presence in ways they had never done for any previous visitor. Dumbledore sat behind his enormous desk, his long silver beard neatly arranged, and his blue eyes twinkling with what Harry now recognized as carefully calculated charm rather than genuine warmth. The headmaster's hands were folded on the desk's surface, and Harry noticed that several rings adorned his fingers, each one radiating magical energy that spoke of protective enchantments and possibly more invasive capabilities. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying the tone of grandfatherly concern that Harry had observed him using with other students. "Please, have a seat. I do hope you've been finding your first few days at Hogwarts educational and enjoyable. Your professors have shared some most interesting observations about your progress." Harry settled into the chair that Dumbledore indicated, but as he did so, his enhanced perceptions immediately detected the subtle, magical influences woven into the furniture itself. The chair was designed to make its occupant more relaxed and trusting, more inclined to share information freely without considering the consequences. Slytherin's inherited cunning flared within him, and Harry subtly reinforced his mental defenses while maintaining an expression of polite attention. "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied carefully. "I found the classes very interesting, though I'll admit that some aspects of magic seem more familiar to me than I would have expected. Several of my professors have mentioned that my approach to spellwork is somewhat unusual for a first-year student." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened almost imperceptibly, and Harry felt the gentle pressure of what he recognized as a mild legilimency probe testing the edges of his consciousness. The mental intrusion felt like soft fingers attempting to rifle through his thoughts and memories, searching for information that the headmaster clearly felt entitled to possess. Harry's response was instinctive and devastating. Drawing on Salazar Slytherin's mastery of mental arts, Harry didn't simply block the legilimency attempt. Instead, he created a series of false surface thoughts, while simultaneously launching a counterprobe that was so subtle and skillfully executed that most wizards would never have detected it. What he discovered in those brief moments of mental contact made his blood run cold with understanding. Dumbledore's mind was a labyrinth of compartmentalized information, political calculations, and long-term strategies that stretched decades into the future. Harry glimpsed plans within plans, manipulations that involved not just him, but dozens of other individuals who believed they were making their own choices while actually following paths that the headmaster had carefully constructed for them. Most disturbing of all, Harry sensed Dumbledore's growing concern about his own unprecedented abilities and the threat they potentially represented to the carefully maintained balance of power in the wizarding world. The mental exchange lasted only seconds, but when it ended, both wizard and boy regarded each other with new understanding. Dumbledore's grandfatherly facade had slipped slightly, revealing glimpses of the calculating political mind beneath, while Harry maintained his expression of youthful innocence, despite now knowing that he was in the presence of someone who saw him as both a valuable asset and a potential threat to be managed or eliminated. "Most remarkable indeed," Dumbledore said, his voice still carrying its carefully modulated warmth despite the tension that now filled the room. "Your magical development appears to be proceeding along truly extraordinary lines. I wonder, Harry, if you've experienced any unusual dreams or visions since arriving at Hogwarts. Sometimes young wizards with particularly strong magical gifts find themselves accessing memories or knowledge that doesn't seem to belong to them." The question was clearly a probe designed to determine how much Harry understood about his connection to the Founders, and Harry realized that this conversation was as much an interrogation as it was a friendly chat. He chose his response carefully, revealing some information to maintain credibility while concealing the full extent of his growing abilities. "I have been having some unusual dreams," Harry admitted, allowing a note of uncertainty to enter his voice. "Sometimes I dream about the castle being built, about wizards and witches I don't recognize, but who seem important somehow. And sometimes when I'm walking through the corridors, I hear voices speaking in languages I don't understand, but somehow still comprehend." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his interest clearly piqued. "These voices," he said, his tone remaining gentle but carrying undertones of urgency, "do they seem to be trying to communicate with you directly, or are they more like echoes of past conversations?" Harry pretended to consider the question, while actually using the time to probe deeper into Dumbledore's motivations and plans. What he sensed made his heart race with a combination of anger and fear. The headmaster was already developing strategies to limit and control his development, possibly including measures that would isolate him from other students or even remove him from Hogwarts entirely if his abilities continued to grow at their current rate. "They feel like echoes, mostly," Harry replied, crafting his answer to suggest developing awareness without revealing the full truth. "But sometimes, especially when I'm in certain parts of the castle, they seem more direct. Like the castle itself is trying to tell me things about its history and the people who built it." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, but Harry could sense the wheels turning behind those twinkling blue eyes as the headmaster processed this information and incorporated it into his developing plans. The elderly wizard reached for a small silver dish filled with what appeared to be crystallized fruits, offering it to Harry with a gesture that seemed casual, but was actually precisely calculated. "Sherbet lemon," Dumbledore offered. "I find that a bit of sweetness often helps during serious conversations. Please, help yourself while we continue our discussion." Harry accepted one of the sweets politely, but Hufflepuff's inherited knowledge of magical enhancement and detection immediately identified the subtle potion work that had been incorporated into the candy. It was designed to lower mental defenses and increase suggestibility, making the consumer more likely to share sensitive information without realizing they were being manipulated. Harry held the sweet in his mouth without swallowing, allowing Dumbledore to believe his ploy was working while actually remaining completely unaffected. "I must confess, Harry," Dumbledore continued, his voice taking on a tone of concerned mentorship, "that your professors have reported some truly remarkable magical displays over the past few days. Professor McGonagall mentioned that your grasp of transfiguration theory exceeds that of most seventh-year students, while Professor Flitwick observed that you seem to have an intuitive understanding of magical resonance and field manipulation that he has rarely encountered even among professional charms masters." The headmaster paused, studying Harry's reaction carefully before continuing. Such extraordinary abilities, while certainly remarkable, can sometimes be overwhelming for young wizards to manage safely. "I wonder if you've given any thought to the possibility of additional private tutoring to help you develop proper control over these emerging talents." The offer sounded generous and caring on the surface, but Harry's enhanced perceptions allowed him to see the true nature of what Dumbledore was proposing. Private tutoring would mean isolation from other students, one-on-one sessions where the headmaster could study his abilities more closely and potentially implement measures to limit or redirect their development. It was a cage disguised as an opportunity, and Harry felt Gryffindor's inherited courage flare within him at the attempted manipulation. "That's very kind of you to offer, Professor," Harry replied, maintaining his tone of respectful gratitude while internally preparing his defenses. "But I've been finding that my abilities seem to develop more naturally when I'm around other students and in normal classroom settings. There's something about the group dynamic that helps me understand how magic is supposed to work in the broader wizarding community." Dumbledore's eyes flickered with what might have been annoyance or concern, though his expression remained benevolently interested. Nevertheless, he persisted with his attempts to establish greater control over Harry's education and development. "While I certainly appreciate your enthusiasm for collaborative learning," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying subtle undertones of authority, "I must consider the safety implications of allowing magical abilities of your magnitude to develop without proper supervision. The other students could potentially be at risk if your power continues to grow at its current rate without appropriate guidance and limitations." The thinly veiled threat was clear, and Harry felt his temper flare with an intensity that surprised him. Slytherin's cunning helped him channel that anger into cold calculation rather than open confrontation, but he could feel all four founders' personalities stirring within him in response to what they recognized as an attempt at magical and political domination. "I understand your concern, Professor," Harry said carefully, his voice remaining respectful despite the steel that had entered his tone. "But I should mention that my interactions with other students have actually been quite positive. If anything, they seem to find their own magical abilities enhanced when they're around me, as if my presence somehow strengthens the magical field that we all draw upon." This was completely true, and Dumbledore clearly recognized it as such, which only seemed to increase his concern about Harry's potential impact on the established order at Hogwarts. The headmaster leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled as he contemplated his next approach. "That's precisely what worries me, Harry," Dumbledore said, finally allowing some of his genuine concern to show in his voice. "Magic is a force that must be carefully balanced and controlled to prevent catastrophic consequences. When that balance is disrupted, even with the best of intentions, the results can be unpredictable and potentially dangerous for everyone involved." Harry felt a moment of genuine curiosity about the headmaster's perspective, and he decided to probe more directly to better understand the full scope of Dumbledore's concerns and motivations. "What kind of dangers are you worried about specifically?" he asked, allowing his voice to carry the natural curiosity of an 11-year-old while actually fishing for information that would help him understand the political and magical landscape he was navigating. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing how much information to share with someone he was beginning to recognize as a potential rival rather than a simple student to be guided and protected. When he finally spoke, his words carried the weight of decades of experience and perhaps more knowledge about the magical world's hidden workings than Harry had suspected. Throughout history, individuals with extraordinary magical abilities have often found themselves at the center of conflicts that reshape entire civilizations. The founders themselves were such individuals, and their disagreements ultimately led to divisions that persist in the wizarding world to this day. My concern is that your unique connection to all four founders' magical traditions could potentially recreate those ancient conflicts on an even larger scale. The explanation revealed more about Dumbledore's thinking than the headmaster had probably intended. He clearly viewed Harry not as a student to be nurtured, but as a potential source of instability that could threaten the political structures that Dumbledore had spent decades building and maintaining. More concerning still, there was an undertone in his words that suggested he was already considering extreme measures to prevent that potential instability from developing into actual change. Harry realized that this conversation had reached a crucial juncture. He could continue pretending to be a confused and malleable child, allowing Dumbledore to implement whatever control measures he deemed necessary, while secretly developing his abilities in hidden ways. Or he could reveal more of his growing understanding and force a confrontation that might determine the entire trajectory of his time at Hogwarts. The decision came to him with startling clarity, influenced by all four founders' personalities, but ultimately his own choice. He would not allow himself to be manipulated and controlled, regardless of the headmaster's stated good intentions. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, his voice taking on a formality that made the elderly wizard's eyebrows rise slightly. "I appreciate your concern for my safety, and the safety of other students. But I think there might be a fundamental disagreement between us about what my presence at Hogwarts represents." He paused, gathering his thoughts, and drawing strength from the founder's combined wisdom and courage before continuing. "You seem to view my abilities as a potential threat to stability and established order. But from my perspective, informed by what I can sense of the founder's original vision for this school, my presence might represent an opportunity to heal divisions that have persisted for far too long. The four houses were never meant to be as separate and competitive as they've become. The founders created them as complementary approaches to magical education, not as rival factions." Dumbledore's expression had grown increasingly serious as Harry spoke, and the magical atmosphere in the office had shifted from one of grandfatherly concern to something much more tense and potentially dangerous. Several of the silver instruments on the headmaster's desk began emitting soft, chiming sounds, and Fawkes ruffled his brilliant feathers as if sensing the change in his master's mood. "You speak with remarkable sophistication for someone who has been in the magical world for less than a week," Dumbledore observed, his tone now carrying clear notes of suspicion and wariness. "One might almost think you were drawing upon knowledge and perspectives that extend far beyond your own limited experience." The accusation was clear, and Harry realized that the time for pretense was rapidly coming to an end. Dumbledore had recognized that he was dealing with someone who possessed far more understanding and capability than a typical 11-year-old, and the headmaster was clearly preparing to take more decisive action to assert control over the situation. "I won't pretend that my understanding of magic and its history comes entirely from books and lectures," Harry replied, his voice steady despite the growing tension in the room. "But I will say that whatever knowledge I possess has come to me naturally, as part of my magical development, rather than through any deliberate attempt to acquire power or influence that doesn't rightfully belong to me." Dumbledore stood slowly, his imposing height and the weight of his magical presence filling the circular office in a way that was clearly intended to demonstrate his authority and power. Harry remained seated, but he could feel his own magical defenses strengthening in response to what his enhanced perceptions recognized as a potential threat. "Harry," the headmaster said, his voice now carrying the full weight of his authority as both headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the most powerful wizards in the modern world, "I'm afraid I must insist that you submit to a more thorough examination of your magical development. The safety of this school and everyone in it may depend on our understanding exactly what we're dealing with." The demand was phrased politely, but Harry could sense the magical compulsions woven into Dumbledore's words, designed to make compliance seem not just reasonable but inevitable. More concerning still, he could feel monitoring charms activating throughout the office, magical restraints that would prevent him from leaving until the headmaster was satisfied with whatever examination he had in mind. Harry's response was swift and decisive. Drawing on Ravenclaw's wisdom and Slytherin's cunning, he began weaving counter-charms that would neutralize the magical restraints while simultaneously preparing defensive measures that combined all four founders' protective traditions. The process was complex and required considerable skill, but it felt as natural as breathing. "Professor," Harry said, his voice remaining respectful but carrying undertones of steel that made Dumbledore's eyes widen with surprise, "I'm willing to cooperate with reasonable requests for information and demonstration, but I won't submit to invasive magical examination without a very clear understanding of what you're looking for and why you believe you have the authority to demand such things from a student." The refusal to comply with Dumbledore's demands clearly shocked the elderly wizard, who was accustomed to having his requests treated as commands that no reasonable person would consider refusing. For the first time since Harry had entered the office, Dumbledore's carefully maintained facade slipped completely, revealing the calculating political mind that had shaped wizarding society for decades. "You would do well to remember, young man, that I am the headmaster of this school, and that your presence here exists entirely at my discretion," Dumbledore said, his voice now carrying clear threats despite its continued formal politeness. "If I determine that your continued enrollment represents an unacceptable risk to the safety and stability of Hogwarts, I have both the authority and the responsibility to take whatever measures are necessary to protect the greater good." The threat was unmistakable, and Harry felt all four founders' personalities stirring within him in response to what they recognized as an abuse of the authority they had entrusted to Hogwarts' leadership. More than that, he could sense the castle itself responding to the confrontation, ancient magic awakening in ways that hadn't occurred for centuries. "With all due respect, Professor," Harry replied, his voice now carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the very stones of Hogwarts itself, "I think you may be overestimating the extent of your authority in this situation. The founders built this school to serve magical education, not to serve the political agendas of any individual, regardless of their position or power." As he spoke, something extraordinary began happening throughout the office. The portraits of former headmasters, which had been silent observers of the confrontation, began stirring with unusual agitation. Several of them stepped partially out of their frames, their painted eyes fixed on the conversation taking place below them, with expressions of growing concern and interest. More dramatically still, the magical instruments that filled Dumbledore's office began responding to Harry's presence in ways they never had before. Devices that had remained silent for decades began chiming and whirring with renewed activity, while others that normally functioned continuously fell silent, as if their usual magical inputs had been redirected elsewhere. The confrontation had clearly reached a point where both participants recognized that their fundamental approaches to power and authority were incompatible. Dumbledore represented the established order, with its carefully maintained balances and political structures, while Harry embodied the possibility of change that drew its authority from sources that predated and potentially superseded the current system. What happened next would determine not just Harry's immediate future at Hogwarts, but the trajectory of magical education and wizarding society for generations to come. The confrontation in Dumbledore's office had ended in careful stalemate rather than open conflict, but Harry left the headmaster's tower with a profound understanding that his time at Hogwarts would be fundamentally different from that of any student in the school's history. The portraits of former headmasters had watched him leave with expressions that suggested they recognized something significant in what they had witnessed, and several had nodded respectfully as he passed their frames, acknowledging an authority that transcended current institutional hierarchy. Over the following days, Harry found his awareness expanding in ways that felt both natural and overwhelming, The castle itself seemed to be awakening around him, responding to his presence with subtle changes that most students and faculty attributed to the normal magical fluctuations that occurred throughout the academic year. But Harry could sense the deeper truth. Hogwarts was remembering what it had been designed to be, and his connection to the Founder's combined essence was catalyzing a transformation that had been dormant for nearly 1,000 years. It was during his 3rd week at the school that Harry first felt the unmistakable call from the depths of the castle, a summons that resonated through his bones with the authority of Salazar Slytherin himself. The sensation came to him during breakfast, a sudden awareness that something ancient and important was waiting for his attention in chambers far below the Great Hall. The feeling was so compelling that he found himself rising from the Gryffindor table, despite having barely touched his morning meal. Hermione Granger, who had taken to studying Harry's unusual magical displays with the intense focus she normally reserved for particularly challenging academic subjects, noticed his sudden distraction immediately. "Are you feeling all right, Harry?" she asked, her voice carrying the concern of someone who had begun to recognize that his well-being might be connected to the magical stability of the entire school. "I'm fine," Harry replied, though his attention was clearly focused on something she couldn't perceive. "I just need to explore something. There's a part of the castle that I think has been waiting for me to find it." The explanation was cryptic enough to worry Hermione, but before she could ask for clarification, Harry was already walking toward the Great Hall's entrance with the purposeful stride of someone following a clear and undeniable calling. Several other students looked up as he passed, their conversations faltering as they sensed the same indefinable change in the magical atmosphere that seemed to accompany Harry's more significant magical activities. The path Harry followed led him deeper into Hogwarts than he had ever ventured before, down staircases that seemed older and more worn than those in the main sections of the castle. The walls here were constructed from different stone, darker and more densely packed with magical energy that spoke of purposes and secrets that predated much of the school's recorded history. Torches lit themselves automatically as he approached, casting dancing shadows that seemed to welcome rather than warn. As he descended, Harry became increasingly aware that he was not walking alone. The magical signatures of all 4 founders grew stronger with each step, their combined presence creating a harmony of power that resonated through the ancient stones like a chord struck on some impossibly vast instrument. More than that, he could sense other presences stirring in response to his approach, beings that had waited in darkness and silence for centuries for someone with the authority to awaken them. The passage finally opened into a circular chamber that took Harry's breath away with its unexpected grandeur. The room was vast, with a domed ceiling that seemed to extend far higher than the castle's foundations should have allowed. 4 alcoves were set into the walls at the cardinal points, each one containing artifacts and symbols that clearly represented one of the founder's particular areas of expertise. But what drew Harry's attention immediately was the enormous serpent coiled at the center of the chamber, its scales gleaming with an inner light that suggested intelligence far beyond that of any ordinary creature. The basilisk was awake and aware, its great head raised and its eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that should have been terrifying but somehow felt like recognition instead. When it spoke, its voice carried the sibilant tones of Parseltongue, but Harry understood every word with perfect clarity. "Young heir," the great serpent said, its mental voice carrying harmonics of respect and ancient loyalty. "I have waited long centuries for one who could speak with the true voice of my master. You carry within you the essence of Salazar Slytherin, but also something more, something that unites what was divided." Harry approached the basilisk without fear, drawn by instincts that came from Slytherin's inherited knowledge and the understanding that this magnificent creature had been placed here not as a weapon of destruction, but as a guardian of knowledge that had been hidden from the wizarding world for far too long. "I can feel it too," Harry replied in Parseltongue, his words echoing strangely in the vast chamber. You're not what the stories claim you are you? You're not a monster meant to purge the school of those deemed unworthy. You're something else, entirely." The basilisk's great head moved in what might have been a nod, and Harry sensed approval radiating from the ancient creature like warmth from a hearth fire. "Indeed, young one. I am the guardian of truth, keeper of knowledge that the founders sealed away when their unity was broken by fear and misunderstanding. I was placed here to wait for one who could bridge the divisions they created, one who could unite their separate magics into the greater whole they always intended." As the basilisk spoke, the chamber itself began to change around them. The walls, which Harry had initially thought were simple stone, began to shimmer and shift, revealing intricate carvings that told the story of Hogwarts's founding in visual form. The scenes showed the four founders working together in harmony, their combined magic creating wonders that far exceeded what any of them could have achieved alone. But they also showed the gradual emergence of disagreements and fears that eventually drove them apart, leaving their great work incomplete. "The knowledge you carry is only part of what was meant to be," the basilisk continued, its great coils shifting with fluid grace as it settled into a more comfortable position for extended conversation. Each founder contributed their greatest gifts to create something that transcended their individual limitations. But when their unity was broken, much of that combined knowledge was lost or hidden, waiting for one who could reclaim it safely. Harry felt a thrill of recognition as he began to understand the true scope of what he had inherited. He wasn't simply carrying the magical abilities of four separate individuals. He was the key to unlocking a unified system of magic that the founders had created together, something that had been fragmented and diminished by centuries of division and incomplete understanding. "What do you mean by safely?" Harry asked, sensing that this distinction was crucial to understanding both his role and the responsibilities that came with it. The basilisk's eyes, which had been carefully averted to avoid accidentally harming Harry with their deadly gaze, now fixed on him with an intensity that conveyed the absolute importance of what was being discussed. "Power without wisdom leads to tyranny," the great serpent explained. "Wisdom without power leads to impotence." The founders understood that their combined legacy could only be safely wielded by one who possessed not just their individual strengths, but also the balance that comes from understanding how those strengths complement and constrain each other. The explanation resonated through Harry's consciousness like a bell struck in a cathedral, awakening understanding that felt both entirely new and utterly familiar. He was beginning to grasp why Dumbledore was so concerned about his development, and why the headmaster's attempts to control and limit his abilities were fundamentally misguided. The power he carried was not something that could be safely contained or managed by external authority. It could only be properly developed through the internal balance that came from understanding and integrating all four founders' perspectives. Their conversation was interrupted by new movement in the chamber, as other beings began emerging from alcoves and passages that Harry hadn't noticed before. House elves appeared first, dozens of them moving with the characteristic grace and efficiency that marked their species, but carrying themselves with a dignity and authority that Harry had never seen in the castle's regular staff. These were not the subservient creatures that cleaned dormitories and prepared meals. These were the original keepers of Hogwarts' deepest secrets, the guardians of magic that had been hidden away since the founders' time. The eldest of the elves, distinguished by robes that seemed to be woven from starlight itself, approached Harry with movements that conveyed respect rather than the automatic deference that characterized most house elf behavior toward wizards. "Young Master Heir," the elf said, its voice carrying musical tones that suggested it was speaking in its own language rather than the simplified English that house elves typically used around wizards. "We have waited long for one who could hear the true voice of the castle's heart." As the elf spoke, Harry became aware that his understanding of its words was coming through Hufflepuff's inherited connection to these remarkable beings. The founder had not simply used house elves as servants, but had recognized them as partners in the great work of creating and maintaining Hogwarts, Their magic was different from wizarding magic, more closely connected to the natural forces of earth and growth and harmony, and they possessed knowledge about the castle's deepest workings that no wizard had accessed for centuries. The house elves began showing Harry aspects of Hogwarts that he had never suspected existed. Hidden passages connected every part of the castle in a network that allowed for instantaneous travel between locations that were miles apart. Secret chambers contained libraries of knowledge that had been thought lost, including texts written by the founders themselves that detailed their original vision for magical education and the techniques they had developed for teaching students to integrate all 4 magical traditions rather than specializing in only one. Most remarkably, the house elves revealed that Dumbledore's assumption of ever greater authority over Hogwarts had been achieved through gradual suppression of the school's original governance structure. The founders had intended for the castle to be managed by a council that included representatives from all 4 houses, the house elves who maintained the physical structure, the ghosts who preserved historical memory, and the magical creatures who lived on the grounds. The headmaster was meant to be first among equals, not the absolute authority that the position had become. As you grow into your inheritance, young master, the eldest house elf explained, you will find that the castle itself will begin to remember what it was meant to be. The walls will shift to allow easier movement between house common rooms. The magical protections will strengthen to defend against threats that the current leadership cannot even perceive. And the very stones will sing with harmonies that have been silent for too long. The revelation was both exhilarating and overwhelming, and Harry found himself needing to sit down on one of the stone benches that ringed the chamber's central area. The scope of what he was learning about his role and responsibilities was far beyond what any 11-year-old should have to contemplate. But the founder's combined wisdom within him provided the emotional stability and perspective necessary to process such profound information without being crushed by its weight. His meditation was interrupted by the arrival of another unexpected ally. Nearly headless Nick drifted through one of the chamber's walls, his translucent form more solid and purposeful than Harry had ever seen it. The ghost's usually cheerful demeanor was replaced by an expression of grave seriousness that spoke to the importance of what was being discussed. "Young Potter," Nick said, his voice carrying resonances that suggested he was drawing on memories and knowledge from his centuries of existence at Hogwarts. "The other ghosts and I have been watching the changes that your presence has brought to the castle. We remember things that the living have forgotten, and we can tell you that what you represent is not just unprecedented, but absolutely necessary for the continued survival of magical education as the founders envisioned it." The ghost moved closer, his form becoming more substantial as he drew energy from the magical currents that flowed through the chamber. "Dumbledore's gradual consolidation of power has been occurring over decades," Nick explained. "Each year, more decisions that were traditionally made by councils or collaborative groups have been moved under his direct authority. The house elves have been reduced to servants rather than partners. The ghosts have been marginalized as historical curiosities rather than valued advisors. Even the portraits of former headmasters have found their counsel increasingly ignored in favor of Dumbledore's unilateral judgments." The pattern that Nick described was deeply disturbing, but it also explained much about the atmosphere Harry had sensed at Hogwarts since his arrival. The school felt diminished somehow, as if it were operating at a fraction of its true capacity, because so many of its original support systems had been systematically disabled or ignored. "The question," Nick continued, "is what you intend to do with the knowledge and power you've inherited. The founders created Hogwarts to be something magnificent, a place where young wizards could learn not just spells and potions, but wisdom and balance, and the kind of cooperation that could unite the magical world rather than divide it. But that vision has been corrupted by fear and the desire for control, reducing it to something far less than it was meant to be." Harry looked around the chamber at the assembled beings who had chosen to reveal themselves to him, recognizing that he was witnessing something that hadn't occurred for centuries. The basilisk, The house elves and the ghost were not just sharing information with him. They were formally acknowledging his authority as heir to the Founder's combined legacy and offering their support in reclaiming Hogwarts' original purpose. "I understand what you're telling me," Harry said, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated through the chamber's stone walls and made the magical artifacts in each alcove glow with renewed brilliance. "And I accept the responsibility that comes with what I've inherited. But I need to understand exactly what that means in practical terms." "What are you asking me to do?" The basilisk was the first to respond, its great head turning toward one of the alcoves where artifacts glowed with increasing intensity. "You must reclaim the Founder's original governance structure," it said, its Parseltongue words carrying absolute authority. The castle was designed to be ruled by consensus among all its inhabitants, with power shared among those who understand different aspects of magic and learning. The headmaster was meant to facilitate that collaboration, not override it with personal authority. The house elf elder nodded agreement, adding its own perspective to the basilisk's explanation. "The magic of Hogwarts flows through networks that connect all living beings within its walls," the elf said. "When those connections are suppressed or ignored, the entire system becomes weak and unstable. Your presence has begun to restore those connections, but the process will require active cooperation from all of the castle's inhabitants." Nearly headless Nick drifted closer, his expression grave but hopeful. "The ghosts remember the old ways," he said. "We can guide you in understanding how decisions were made and how conflicts were resolved when the Founder's vision was still intact. But you must be prepared for resistance from those who have benefited from the current concentration of power in a single individual." The conversation continued for what felt like hours, though Harry suspected that time moved differently in this deep chamber where so much ancient magic was concentrated. He learned about magical techniques that had been lost to the wider wizarding world, about educational approaches that could help students develop balanced abilities across all 4 Founder traditions, and about political structures that could restore Hogwarts to its intended role as a unifying force in magical society, rather than an institution that reinforced existing divisions. Most importantly, he learned about the network of allies that had been waiting for someone with his unique qualifications to emerge. The chamber where they met was just one node in a vast system of hidden spaces and forgotten passages that could allow them to organize and coordinate without Dumbledore's knowledge. The house elves maintained communication networks that extended far beyond Hogwarts, connecting them to magical communities throughout Britain and beyond. The ghosts possessed historical knowledge that could provide precedents and strategies for peaceful transformation of existing power structures. When the gathering finally concluded, Harry felt fundamentally changed by what he had learned and experienced. He was no longer simply a student trying to understand his unusual magical abilities. He was the focal point of a movement to restore Hogwarts to its original greatness, with responsibilities that extended far beyond his own education and development. The return journey to the main levels of the castle felt like emerging from a profound dream into mundane reality. The corridors seemed smaller somehow, and the everyday concerns of students and faculty felt distant compared to the vast scope of what he now understood about his role and purpose. But he also felt grounded in a way he hadn't before, supported by allies who understood both the importance of what he represented and the challenges he would face in fulfilling his inheritance. As he entered the Gryffindor common room that evening, Harry found Hermione waiting for him, with an expression of barely contained curiosity and concern. She had clearly been researching something during his absence, and the books spread across the table where she sat suggested that her investigations had led her into areas of magical theory that most first-year students never encountered. "Harry," she said, looking up from a particularly ancient tome that seemed to glow with its own inner light. "I've been doing some research into the magical phenomena we've been observing since you arrived at Hogwarts. What I've discovered suggests that what's happening is far more significant than simple advanced magical ability. The references I've found indicate that you might be connected to something called the Founder's Legacy, which was supposedly a theoretical magical state that could only occur under extremely rare circumstances. Her research had clearly taken her closer to the truth than Harry had expected, and he realized that his growing circle of allies might need to include some of his fellow students if the transformation of Hogwarts was to succeed. Hermione's analytical mind and research capabilities could be invaluable in understanding and implementing the changes that the Founder's combined wisdom was directing him to pursue. "What exactly did your research tell you about this Founder's legacy?" Harry asked, settling into a chair beside her, and noting that several other Gryffindor students were listening with interest, despite pretending to focus on their own activities. Hermione opened the glowing tome to a page covered with diagrams that seemed to shift and change as Harry looked at them, revealing different aspects of complex magical theory, depending on the viewer's perspective and understanding. "According to this text," she said, her voice carrying the excitement of someone who had discovered something truly remarkable. "The Founder's Legacy represents a theoretical state where an individual gains access to the combined magical knowledge and abilities of Hogwarts' four founders. The book suggests that such a state could only occur if the magical conditions were exactly right, and if the individual possessed certain rare qualities that would allow them to safely integrate such diverse and powerful magical traditions." She looked up at Harry with eyes that held a mixture of awe and understanding. "The text also says that someone who achieved this state would have the potential to restore Hogwarts to what it calls its original configuration, whatever that means. But it warns that such a restoration would face enormous resistance from those who benefit from current power structures." Harry realized that Hermione had essentially discovered on her own what he had just learned from the castle's hidden guardians, and her research provided him with the perfect opportunity to begin building the broader support network that would be necessary for implementing the changes he was being called to pursue. The evening's conversation with Hermione marked the beginning of a new phase in Harry's development, one in which he would need to balance his role as a student with his growing responsibilities as the inheritor of the Founder's combined legacy. The allies he had discovered in the castle's depths had provided him with knowledge and support, but the real work of transformation would require him to build bridges between the hidden world of ancient magic and the everyday reality of modern Hogwarts. As he prepared for bed that night, Harry reflected on the extraordinary day and the even more extraordinary future that lay before him. The Founders' voices were stronger now, their combined wisdom more accessible, and their vision for what Hogwarts could become clearer than ever. But he also understood that the path ahead would be filled with challenges that would test not just his magical abilities, but his wisdom, courage, and determination to create positive change in a world that often resisted such transformation. The castle itself seemed to be dreaming that night, its ancient stones humming with renewed purpose and possibility, and Harry fell asleep to the sound of magic itself, awakening from a long and troubled slumber. The changes began subtly, manifesting first as shifts in the castle's daily rhythms that most students attributed to the natural variation that occurred throughout the academic year. But those with sharper perceptions or deeper connections to Hogwarts' magical infrastructure recognized that something fundamental was transforming in the ancient school's very essence. The corridors seemed brighter somehow, not with additional lighting, but with an enhanced sense of possibility that made even mundane conversations feel charged with potential. Harry noticed the differences most acutely during his morning walks between classes, when the castle's magical field was at its most responsive, and his own enhanced awareness could perceive the subtle harmonies that were beginning to emerge between previously isolated magical systems. The protective wards that surrounded the school were growing stronger and more sophisticated, adapting themselves to threats that Dumbledore's original configurations had never been designed to address. More remarkably, the physical structure of the castle was beginning to shift in ways that encouraged interaction between students from different houses. The most obvious change was the gradual appearance of new passages that connected previously separate areas of the school. A corridor that had always ended at a solid wall suddenly revealed a doorway that led directly from the Gryffindor common room area to a previously unknown study space that seemed designed specifically for inter-house collaboration. Similar passages began appearing throughout the castle, creating a network of connections that made it natural for students to encounter and interact with peers from other houses in ways that the traditional layout had actively discouraged. Neville Longbottom was among the first to comment on the changes, his naturally observant nature and deep connection to growing things allowing him to sense alterations in the castle's living systems that escaped most other students' notice. "Harry," he said during breakfast one morning, his voice carrying a mixture of wonder and slight concern, "have you noticed how different the greenhouse corridors feel lately? The plants seem more responsive, and there are new growth patterns appearing that Professor Sprout says she's never seen before." Harry had indeed noticed the changes Neville described, recognizing them as manifestations of Hufflepuff's earth-based magic responding to his growing mastery of the Founder's combined traditions. The magical plants throughout Hogwarts were becoming more cooperative with students who approached them with respect and understanding, while simultaneously growing more protective of the castle's inhabitants against potential external threats. "I think the whole castle is becoming more alive somehow," Harry replied, careful not to reveal too much of what he understood about the deeper forces at work, while still encouraging Neville's natural perceptiveness. "It's like the magic here is growing stronger and more responsive to what the students actually need, rather than just following old patterns." Their conversation was overheard by several other Gryffindor students, including Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, who had been discussing similar observations about changes in their dormitory's magical atmosphere. The tapestries seemed more vibrant. The fire in the common room burned with unusual warmth and consistency, and even the stairs leading up to the tower seemed less prone to the random changes of direction that had traditionally made navigation challenging. More significantly, students from other houses were beginning to gravitate toward areas where Harry spent time, drawn by something they couldn't quite articulate, but that made them feel more connected to the magical community they were all part of. The phenomenon was most noticeable in the library, where Hermione's extensive research into advanced magical theory had created an informal study group that included students from all four houses working together on projects that would have been unthinkable under the traditional system of house rivalry. Padma Patil from Ravenclaw was the first to articulate what many students were beginning to sense. "There's something different about being around Harry," she observed during one of their collaborative study sessions. "It's not just that he's extraordinarily gifted, though he obviously is. It's more like his presence makes magic itself more accessible and responsive for everyone nearby." Her twin sister Parvati, sorted into Gryffindor but sharing her sister's analytical nature, nodded thoughtfully as she added her own perspective. "I've noticed it too," she said. "In classes where Harry is present, spells that I've struggled with for weeks suddenly work perfectly. It's as if his magical field somehow amplifies and stabilizes the magical abilities of everyone around him." The observations were remarkably accurate, reflecting changes that Harry was beginning to understand as natural consequences of his connection to all four founders' magical traditions. Each founder had possessed not only individual magical gifts, but also the ability to enhance and support the magical development of others. Gryffindor's courage could inspire bravery in those who struggled with confidence. Ravenclaw's wisdom could clarify complex concepts for students who found learning challenging. Hufflepuff's loyalty created bonds of mutual support that strengthened entire communities, and Slytherin's cunning helped others recognize and develop their own hidden talents and ambitions. The growing phenomenon of inter-house cooperation was noticed by the faculty as well, though their reactions varied considerably, depending on their individual relationships with Dumbledore and their attitudes toward the traditional power structures that had governed Hogwarts for decades. Professor Flitwick was among the most enthusiastic supporters of the changes, recognizing them as evidence of the kind of magical harmony that his own research into advanced charms theory had suggested was theoretically possible, but rarely achieved in practice. During one of Harry's charms classes, Flitwick pulled him aside for a private conversation that revealed just how much the diminutive professor understood about the forces at work within the castle. "Mr. Potter," he said, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced by an expression of profound seriousness, "I believe you should know that what you're accomplishing here extends far beyond simple academic achievement. The magical resonances I've been detecting suggest that you're catalyzing changes in the fundamental structure of how magic operates within these walls." Harry studied his professor's face, recognizing both excitement and concern in the elderly wizard's expression. Professor Flitwick had always struck him as one of the most genuinely scholarly members of the faculty, more interested in understanding and advancing magical knowledge than in maintaining existing power structures for their own sake. "What kind of changes are you detecting specifically?" Harry asked, curious to understand how his activities appeared to someone with Flitwick's level of expertise in magical theory and practice. Flitwick gestured toward the classroom around them, indicating the subtle but unmistakable alterations in the magical atmosphere that had been occurring throughout the castle. "The magical field strength in areas where you spend significant time has increased by approximately 30% over the past month," he explained. "More remarkably, the coherence and stability of that field has improved to levels that I've only read about in theoretical texts describing the legendary magical environments of antiquity." He paused, clearly considering how much to reveal about his own research and conclusions before continuing with obvious concern for Harry's well-being and safety. "The historical accounts suggest that such environmental changes typically occur only in the presence of wizards whose magical abilities operate on a fundamentally different level from those of ordinary practitioners. The implications of what you represent, both for magical education and for the broader wizarding community, are profound enough that I believe you should be prepared for increasing attention from those who might not have your best interests at heart." The warning was delivered with genuine care, but Harry could sense that Flitwick was also offering something more valuable than simple caution. The professor's extensive knowledge of magical theory and his access to research materials that most wizards never encountered could prove invaluable in understanding and safely developing the abilities he had inherited from the founders. "I appreciate your concern, Professor," Harry replied carefully, "and I'd welcome any guidance you might be able to offer about managing abilities that sometimes seem to operate beyond my conscious control. I'm particularly interested in understanding how to help other students benefit from enhanced magical conditions without creating dependencies or imbalances that could be harmful." Flitwick's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of a researcher encountering a genuinely fascinating problem. "That's precisely the right question to be asking," he said approvingly. The historical accounts of powerful magical practitioners who successfully enhanced the abilities of others all emphasize the importance of creating sustainable improvements rather than temporary enhancements that could lead to magical addiction or dependency. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of other students for the next class, but Flitwick's subtle nod indicated that he would be available for continued discussions about the theoretical and practical aspects of Harry's developing abilities. More importantly, Harry sensed that he had gained an ally among the faculty who understood both the potential benefits and the serious risks associated with the kind of magical transformation he was catalyzing throughout Hogwarts. The faculty's growing awareness of changes within the castle was not uniformly positive, however. Professor Snape had been observing Harry's activities with increasing suspicion and hostility, his dark eyes following the young Gryffindor with an intensity that spoke to concerns that went beyond simple academic performance or house rivalry. During potions classes, Snape's usual sarcastic commentary had taken on undertones of genuine animosity that made other students uncomfortable and created an atmosphere of tension that contrasted sharply with the harmony Harry was fostering in other areas of his life. The confrontation that had been building between them finally erupted during a particularly challenging lesson on advanced potion-making techniques that were normally reserved for much older students. Harry had been working with ingredients that responded to his touch with unusual cooperation, creating results that exceeded the theoretical maximum potency described in their textbooks. His cauldron produced potions with such perfect balance and concentration that they seemed to glow with inner light, demonstrating mastery that should have taken years of study and practice to achieve. "Mr. Potter," Snape said, his voice carrying the cold precision that had intimidated countless students over the years, "perhaps you would care to explain to the class how a first-year student with no previous experience in potion-making has somehow managed to produce results that would be impressive coming from a seventh-year student." The question was clearly intended as an accusation rather than a request for information, and Harry could sense that Snape was building toward some kind of public confrontation designed to undermine his growing influence among the student body. The other students in the class had gone completely silent, recognizing the dangerous undercurrents in their professor's tone and uncertain about how to respond to what was clearly becoming a serious conflict. Harry considered his response carefully, drawing on Slytherin's inherited cunning to navigate the political implications of the moment while also accessing Ravenclaw's wisdom to understand the deeper concerns that were driving Snape's hostility. The potions master was not simply questioning his academic abilities. He was challenging the legitimacy of power that operated outside the established hierarchical structures that had governed magical education for generations. "Professor," Harry replied, his voice remaining respectful despite the obvious hostility he was facing, "I think my results reflect a combination of careful attention to the theoretical principles you've taught us and an intuitive understanding of how different magical ingredients interact with each other. I've found that approaching potion making as a collaborative process with the ingredients themselves, rather than simply following recipes mechanically, tends to produce better outcomes." The explanation was accurate as far as it went, but Harry knew that Snape would recognize it as an incomplete account of the forces at work. The potions master's own expertise would allow him to detect the founder-level magical techniques that Harry was unconsciously incorporating into his work, and the political implications of such abilities would be impossible for someone of Snape's intelligence and experience to ignore. Snape moved closer to Harry's workstation, his black robes billowing dramatically as he studied the perfect potion that glowed with soft golden light in the cauldron before him. The professor's face was an impassive mask, but Harry could sense the turmoil of emotions and calculations taking place behind those dark eyes. "Collaborative process," Snape repeated, his voice dripping with skepticism. "How fascinating that a first-year student has discovered advanced techniques that have eluded professional potioneers for centuries. Tell me, Mr. Potter, from whom did you learn these revolutionary approaches to magical ingredient manipulation?" The question was a trap designed to force Harry into either admitting to knowledge that he shouldn't possess or lying in front of witnesses who could be used to undermine his credibility later. But Harry's response drew on all four founders' combined wisdom to navigate the challenge without falling into either pitfall. "I haven't learned these approaches from any person, Professor," Harry replied with perfect honesty. "They seem to emerge naturally when I focus on understanding what each ingredient contributes to the overall magical process, rather than simply following prescribed steps. I think of it as listening to what the magic itself is trying to accomplish." The answer was both truthful and strategically brilliant, acknowledging unusual ability without claiming inappropriate knowledge or training. More importantly, it positioned Harry's techniques as natural magical intuition rather than learned skills that could be traced to specific sources or influences. Snape's expression darkened further, and Harry could sense that the professor was preparing to escalate the confrontation in ways that could have serious consequences for both of them. The potions master clearly recognized that he was dealing with someone whose abilities threatened the established order in ways that went far beyond simple academic excellence. Before Snape could respond, however, the classroom door opened to admit Professor McGonagall, whose sharp eyes immediately took in the tense atmosphere and the obvious confrontation taking place around Harry's workstation. The deputy headmistress moved with the brisk efficiency that characterized all her actions, but Harry could sense underlying concern that suggested she had come to the potions classroom for reasons beyond simple administrative business. "Severus," McGonagall said, her voice carrying the authority that came with decades of experience managing both students and faculty, "I wonder if I might have a word with you about the scheduling changes for next week's examinations." The interruption was clearly deliberate, designed to diffuse the confrontation before it could escalate into something that might have serious consequences for everyone involved. Snape's eyes flicked between Harry and McGonagall, and Harry could sense the professor's internal struggle between his desire to pursue the confrontation and his recognition that challenging Harry too directly might have political implications that extended far beyond a simple classroom disagreement. "Of course, Minerva," Snape replied, his tone suggesting frustration at the interruption, but also acknowledgement that the conversation would have to be postponed. "Class is dismissed. Complete the assigned reading for tomorrow, and be prepared to demonstrate practical application of the techniques we discussed today." As students began filing out of the classroom, Harry noticed that several of them were looking at him with expressions that combined admiration with concern. The confrontation with Snape had been witnessed by representatives from all four houses, and Harry realized that news of the conflict would spread throughout the school within hours. More importantly, the incident had demonstrated to everyone present that his unusual abilities were attracting the attention of faculty members in ways that could have serious consequences for his continued education at Hogwarts. McGonagall lingered until the last student had left before turning to address both Harry and Snape with an expression of grave concern. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice carrying undertones of warning that neither of them could ignore, "I believe we need to discuss the implications of what just occurred here. The tensions that are developing around Mr. Potter's academic progress are beginning to affect the entire school community, and I'm concerned that we may be approaching a crisis that could have consequences far beyond any of our individual interests." Her words carried weight that went beyond simple administrative concern, suggesting that the conflicts surrounding Harry's presence at Hogwarts were being discussed at levels of school governance that included perspectives and information to which ordinary faculty members might not have access. The conversation that followed took place in McGonagall's private office, where additional privacy charms ensured that their discussion could not be overheard by students or other faculty members who might have reasons to monitor such conversations. What Harry learned during that meeting fundamentally changed his understanding of the political landscape surrounding his education and development. McGonagall revealed that Dumbledore had been consulting with ministry officials about Harry's unprecedented magical abilities, and that there were growing concerns within the wizarding government about the potential implications of his continued development. Some officials were advocating for closer monitoring and possible restrictions on his access to advanced magical education, while others argued for special programs that could accelerate his training and bring him more directly under ministry oversight. More concerning still, there were indications that certain pure-blood families were beginning to take active interest in Harry's situation, recognizing that his unique abilities could potentially be used to advance various political agendas within the wizarding community. The Malfoy family in particular had been making subtle inquiries about Harry's background and magical development, suggesting that they might be considering approaches that could put him in a very difficult position. The meeting concluded with McGonagall extracting promises from both Harry and Snape that they would avoid further public confrontations, while the school administration worked to develop appropriate responses to the growing external pressures surrounding Harry's education. But as Harry left the deputy headmistress's office that evening, he realized that the relatively peaceful period of his early weeks at Hogwarts was rapidly coming to an end. The gathering storm that McGonagall had warned about was beginning to manifest in ways that would test not only Harry's magical abilities, but also his political judgment and his capacity to navigate conflicts that could determine the future of magical education and wizarding society itself. The Founder's combined wisdom within him provided guidance and perspective, but the challenges ahead would require him to develop leadership skills that no 11-year-old should have to master. As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower that night, Harry reflected on the day's events and their implications for the path ahead. The changes he was catalyzing within Hogwarts were attracting attention and generating resistance that would require careful management and strategic thinking to navigate successfully. The allies he had discovered among the castle's hidden guardians would be crucial in the challenges to come, but ultimately, the responsibility for guiding these transformations safely rested on his shoulders alone. The castle itself seemed to be responding to his concerns, its ancient stones humming with supportive energy that reminded him that he was not truly alone in facing the difficulties ahead. Hogwarts had been built to nurture and protect young wizards as they developed their abilities and understanding, and despite the political pressures that were building around his situation, the school's fundamental purpose remained unchanged. That knowledge would provide strength and guidance in the trials that lay ahead, as Harry continued his journey toward understanding and mastering the extraordinary legacy that the Founders had entrusted to him. The morning that would forever change the balance of power at Hogwarts began with an event so extraordinary that students throughout the castle stopped their breakfast conversations mid-sentence to stare at the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling. Instead of its usual reflection of the weather outside, the magical dome displayed a vista of impossible beauty, 4 distinct astronomical configurations that had never been seen simultaneously in the natural sky, each one corresponding to celestial events that the Founders had witnessed during their lifetimes nearly 1,000 years ago. Harry felt the change the moment he entered the Great Hall, his enhanced awareness immediately recognizing the profound shift in the castle's magical atmosphere. The 4 Founder signatures within him were resonating with unprecedented harmony, creating a field of magical energy so powerful that every student and faculty member present could sense it, regardless of their individual magical sensitivity. More dramatically still, Harry could hear voices that he had never heard before, speaking in languages that predated modern English, but whose meaning came to him with perfect clarity. The voices belonged to the 4 house ghosts, but they were no longer the faded echoes of their living selves that students had grown accustomed to encountering in corridors and classrooms. Instead, they spoke with the full authority and presence they had possessed during their lifetimes, their translucent forms growing more substantial with each passing moment as Harry's connection to the Founders strengthened their ability to manifest in the physical world. Nearly headless, Nick materialized beside the Gryffindor table with a dignity and purpose that commanded immediate attention from every student present. "Young heir," he said, his voice carrying resonances of power that made the Great Hall's ancient stones vibrate in sympathy. "The time has come for truth to be spoken and choices to be made. The castle itself calls for justice, and the spirits of those who built these walls demand that their vision be restored." Before anyone could respond to the ghost's dramatic pronouncement, the other house spirits began appearing throughout the hall with similar authority and presence. The Fat Friar approached the Hufflepuff table, his usually jolly demeanor replaced by an expression of grave determination that spoke to the seriousness of what was about to unfold. The Grey Lady glided toward the Ravenclaw students with the regal bearing that had characterized her during her lifetime as Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of the Founder herself. And most dramatically of all, the Bloody Baron emerged from the depths of the castle to stand before the Slytherin table, his chains silent for the first time in centuries, as he prepared to speak truths that had been hidden for far too long. The transformation of the ghosts was so complete and so obviously connected to Harry's presence that even the most skeptical students could not deny the extraordinary nature of what they were witnessing. These were no longer the somewhat pathetic spirits that had haunted Hogwarts for centuries, providing comic relief and historical anecdotes to generations of students. They had become something far more significant, the authentic voices of the castle's deepest history, empowered by Harry's connection to the Founders to speak with authority that transcended death itself. Professor McGonagall rose from her seat at the staff table, her face pale with shock and something that might have been recognition. The deputy headmistress had spent decades at Hogwarts and had never seen the ghosts manifest with such power and purpose. More concerning still, she could sense that this was only the beginning of something that would challenge every assumption about how the school was supposed to function. The Fat Friar was the first of the spirits to address the assembled students and faculty, his voice carrying the warmth and authority that had made him beloved during his mortal lifetime. "Children of Hufflepuff, and indeed all who call Hogwarts home," he began, his words somehow reaching every corner of the vast hall, despite his speaking in conversational tones. "We appear before you today, not as mere echoes of the past, but as witnesses to truths that have been deliberately obscured and forgotten." He gestured toward Harry with obvious respect and affection, his translucent form glowing with inner light that seemed to strengthen with each word he spoke. "This young man carries within him the authentic essence of our founders, not as some theoretical inheritance, but as living connection to the magic and wisdom that created this place of learning. Through him, we can see how far the school has drifted from its original purpose, and through him we can reclaim what was always meant to be." The Grey Lady stepped forward next, her ethereal beauty enhanced by the dignity and intelligence that had made her mother's favorite during Rowena Ravenclaw's lifetime. "Students of all houses," she said, her voice carrying the precision and clarity that characterized all true Ravenclaw discourse. "You have been taught to see yourselves as members of separate and competing factions, each with its own territory and traditions that must be defended against the others. But this was never the Founder's intention." She turned toward Harry, her expression softening with something that might have been maternal pride. "The young heir shows you through his very presence what we were always meant to be, unified in purpose, complementary in our strengths, and stronger together than any of us could be alone. The divisions that have come to define Hogwarts in recent centuries represent not tradition, but corruption of our original vision. The Bloody Baron's contribution to the ghostly testimony was perhaps the most dramatic, given his reputation as the most fearsome and withdrawn of the house spirits." For the first time in living memory, he spoke directly to the assembled students, rather than communicating only through ominous rattling of his chains and disapproving glares. "I have watched for centuries as the legacy of Salazar Slytherin was twisted into something ugly and divisive," the Baron said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of regret and determination to see justice done. "My house has been portrayed as the refuge of dark wizards and blood purists, when in truth Slytherin valued cunning and ambition as tools for achieving great things, not for oppressing others or maintaining unjust hierarchies." He gestured toward the Slytherin table, where students sat in stunned silence as their house ghost challenged everything they had been taught about their founder's legacy. "This young heir carries Slytherin's true essence within him, along with the wisdom of the other three founders, and through him you can see what we were always meant to become. Ambitious in pursuit of knowledge and justice, cunning in service of the greater good, and unified with our fellow houses in common purpose, rather than divided by petty rivalries and manufactured conflicts." The impact of the ghost's testimony on the student body was immediate and profound. Conversations broke out at all four house tables, as young witches and wizards struggled to process information that challenged fundamental assumptions they had held about their school and their own identities within it. More significantly, many students began looking toward Harry not with the casual interest they might show toward an unusually talented classmate, but with something approaching reverence for someone who represented possibilities they had never imagined. The faculty's reaction was far more complex and divided, reflecting the political implications of what the ghosts had revealed and the challenges it posed to established authority structures within the school. Professor Flitwick was nodding thoughtfully, his expression suggesting that the spirit's words confirmed theories and suspicions he had been developing privately. Professor Sprout looked troubled, but intrigued, clearly recognizing the connection between Harry's influence and the remarkable changes she had observed in the magical plants throughout the castle grounds. Professor Snape, however, had gone completely rigid in his chair, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on hatred. The potions master clearly understood the political implications of what was occurring far better than most of his colleagues, and his expression suggested that he viewed the morning's events as a direct threat to everything he had worked to achieve during his tenure at Hogwarts. Most significantly, the ornate chair at the center of the staff table remained empty. Dumbledore had not appeared for breakfast, an absence so unusual that several students had commented on it before the ghost's dramatic appearance had captured everyone's attention. His failure to be present during such an extraordinary event sent a clear message about his attitude toward the changes that Harry's presence was catalyzing throughout the school. Nearly headless Nick stepped forward to deliver what was clearly the culmination of the ghost's coordinated testimony. "Students and faculty of Hogwarts," he said, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the castle's fundamental magical structure. "What you have witnessed this morning is only the beginning of changes that will restore this school to its intended greatness. The young heir possesses not only the magical abilities of the founders, but also their vision for what magical education should be." He paused, his translucent form seeming to gather strength and substance from the attention of everyone present. "The choice before you is simple but profound. You can cling to the diminished version of Hogwarts that has developed over the centuries, with its artificial divisions and limitations on what students are allowed to learn and achieve. Or you can embrace the founders' original vision of a school where young witches and wizards develop their full potential through cooperation rather than competition, where knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, and where the magical community is strengthened rather than divided by the education provided here." The silence that followed Nick's words was so complete that the sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the great hall seemed unnaturally loud. When the massive oak doors swung open, every head in the hall turned to see who would dare interrupt such a momentous gathering. Dumbledore entered with his usual measured pace, but his typically twinkling eyes held none of their customary warmth as he surveyed the scene before him. The headmaster's gaze moved systematically from the manifested ghosts to the transformed ceiling, to the faces of students and faculty who were clearly grappling with ideas that challenged everything they had been taught about their school and its traditions. "How fascinating," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying carefully controlled authority as he walked toward the staff table. "It appears that our breakfast has been enlivened by quite an unusual historical presentation. I do hope that everyone has found the ghostly testimony both educational and entertaining." The dismissive tone was clearly intended to minimize the impact of what had occurred, but Harry could sense that Dumbledore's casual demeanor masked profound concern about the implications of the morning's events. More than that, Harry's enhanced perceptions allowed him to detect the subtle magical probes that the headmaster was directing toward him, testing the strength and nature of the forces that had enabled such an unprecedented manifestation of ghostly power. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, rising from his seat at the Gryffindor table with a dignity and confidence that surprised even himself. The response came to him not from his own 11-year-old perspective, but from the combined wisdom of all four founders, speaking through him with authority that had been dormant for centuries. "I think you'll find that what occurred here this morning was neither historical entertainment nor educational diversion. It was testimony from the authentic spirits of those who helped build this school, speaking truths that have been suppressed for far too long about what Hogwarts was meant to be and what it could become again. The challenge was direct and unmistakable, delivered in front of witnesses from every segment of the school community who could not fail to recognize its significance. Harry was not simply disagreeing with the headmaster's interpretation of events. He was asserting his own authority as heir to the founders' combined legacy and demanding recognition of that authority from someone who had grown accustomed to unquestioned power over the school and everyone in it. Dumbledore's reaction was swift and decisive. With a gesture that seemed casual but was actually precisely calculated, he cast a series of spells designed to dispel the enhanced magical conditions that were allowing the ghosts to manifest with such unusual power and authority. Under normal circumstances, such magic would have immediately reduced the spirits to their usual faded and powerless state. Instead, something extraordinary happened. Harry's connection to the Founder's combined essence created a protective field around the ghosts that not only blocked Dumbledore's dispelling magic, but actually strengthened the spirit's manifestation in response to the attack. The four house ghosts became more solid and present than they had been in centuries, their forms glowing with inner light that spoke of magic operating on levels that most wizards could barely comprehend. The failure of his magic to achieve its intended effect was so obviously connected to Harry's presence that no one in the Great Hall could miss the implications. The headmaster of Hogwarts, one of the most powerful wizards in the modern world, had just been directly challenged by an 11-year-old student, and that student's magical abilities had proven superior to Dumbledore's own. The silence that followed was broken by an unexpected voice from the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy stood slowly, his usually confident demeanor replaced by an expression of confusion and internal struggle that reflected the profound impact of the morning's revelations on his understanding of his own house and its traditions. "The ghosts are right," Draco said, his voice carrying clearly through the silent hall despite its obvious uncertainty. "I've been raised to believe that Slytherin House represents superiority over other wizards. But what I can sense from Potter suggests something completely different. The Slytherin essence he carries calls to something in my own heritage that has nothing to do with blood purity or domination over others." The admission was clearly difficult for the young Malfoy heir, challenging everything he had been taught about his family's values and his own identity within the wizarding community. But his words carried the weight of authentic recognition, acknowledging that Harry's presence had awakened something in him that transcended the political indoctrination he had received throughout his childhood. More students began standing, not just from Slytherin but from all four houses, as the morning's events crystallized recognition that had been building for weeks. These young witches and wizards had sensed the changes occurring around them, had experienced the enhanced magical conditions that Harry's presence created, and had begun to question whether the traditional divisions and limitations they had been taught were actually necessary or beneficial. Susan Bones from Hufflepuff was next to speak, her voice steady, despite the obvious nervousness she felt at addressing the entire school community. "The plants in the greenhouses have been trying to tell us something for weeks," she said, drawing on observations that her natural affinity for herbology had made particularly clear to her. They respond to Potter's presence with growth patterns that Professor Sprout says represent the healthiest magical ecosystems she's ever observed. It's as if his connection to Hufflepuff's earth magic is healing damage that we didn't even know existed. Padma Patil rose from the Ravenclaw table, her analytical mind clearly having processed the morning's revelations in the context of broader patterns she had been observing. "The library has been changing too," she observed, her voice carrying the precision that characterized her house's approach to complex problems. Books that haven't been accessible for decades are suddenly available to students who approach them with genuine desire to learn, rather than simply to complete assignments. It's as if Ravenclaw's wisdom is becoming available to anyone who truly seeks knowledge, rather than being restricted to those who can demonstrate predetermined qualifications. Even more significantly, Anthony Goldstein from Ravenclaw stood to add his own testimony to the growing chorus of student voices supporting Harry's emerging leadership. "The academic competitions between houses have started feeling pointless," he said, his words reflecting a perspective that would have been unthinkable just weeks earlier. "Working together on research projects produces better results than competing against each other, and the magical techniques we can achieve through collaboration exceed anything we could accomplish alone." The spontaneous student testimonials were having a profound impact on the assembled faculty, many of whom were recognizing that the changes they had attributed to normal academic variation were actually evidence of systematic transformation in how magic itself was operating within the castle. Professor McGonagall looked particularly troubled, clearly understanding that she was witnessing something that would require fundamental re-evaluation of how Hogwarts functioned as an educational institution. But it was Professor Snape who provided the most dramatic response to the unfolding events. The potions master rose from his seat with deliberate slowness, his black eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that combined respect, fear, and something that might have been hope. "Potter," Snape said, his usual sneering tone replaced by something approaching reverence, "you carry within you the authentic essence of my house's founder, and through you I can see what Salazar Slytherin truly intended for his students and his legacy. The dark arts education that has become associated with Slytherin House was never meant to create dark wizards, but to prepare students to defend against genuinely evil magic through understanding rather than ignorance." The admission was clearly difficult for Snape, challenging his own role in perpetuating the negative stereotypes associated with his house, while simultaneously acknowledging Harry's authority in ways that went far beyond typical student-teacher relationships. The morning's extraordinary events culminated when McGonagall stood to make an announcement that would formalize recognition of what everyone present had witnessed. "After consultation with the Board of Governors," she said, her voice carrying the authority of her position as Deputy Headmistress, "it has been decided that Mr. Potter's unique situation requires acknowledgement through official channels. Effective immediately, he is granted special status as Founder's heir, with all the privileges and responsibilities that such recognition entails." The announcement sent waves of excitement and concern through the assembled students and faculty, though few fully understood the implications of what McGonagall had just declared. Harry himself felt the weight of official recognition settling on his shoulders like a mantle of authority that he hadn't sought, but couldn't refuse. Most significantly, the announcement represented a direct challenge to Dumbledore's authority over the school, establishing Harry as someone whose power and influence derived from sources that predated and potentially superseded the headmaster's own position. The political implications were unmistakable, though the full consequences of this recognition would only become clear in the days and weeks to come. As students filed out of the Great Hall to attend their morning classes, the conversations that filled the corridors reflected profound changes in how they understood their school, their education, and their own roles within the magical community. The artificial barriers that had separated the houses for centuries were beginning to dissolve, replaced by a sense of shared purpose and mutual support that reflected the Founder's original vision for what Hogwarts could be. But even as positive changes accelerated throughout the castle, Harry remained aware that the morning's events had also created new challenges and potential conflicts that would require careful navigation. Dumbledore's failed attempt to suppress the ghostly manifestations had revealed the extent to which their relationship had become adversarial, while also demonstrating that Harry's abilities were now strong enough to directly challenge the headmaster's authority. The transformation of Hogwarts was no longer a gradual process occurring quietly in hidden corners of the castle. It had become a visible and undeniable reality that would attract attention and generate responses from throughout the wizarding world. The choices made in the coming days would determine whether that transformation would proceed peacefully or whether it would precipitate conflicts that could reshape magical society itself. As Harry made his way to his first class of what promised to be a very different kind of day, he reflected on the morning's extraordinary events and their implications for his future at Hogwarts and beyond. The Founder's voices within him provided guidance and strength, but the ultimate responsibility for navigating the challenges ahead rested on his own shoulders. The castle itself seemed to pulse with renewed energy and purpose, its ancient stones resonating with magic that had been dormant for centuries, but was now awakening to possibilities that even the Founders might not have imagined when they first raised these walls in service of magical education and the greater good. The evening following the extraordinary confrontation in the Great Hall found Hogwarts transformed in ways that went far beyond the physical changes that had been occurring gradually over the past weeks. The very atmosphere of the castle hummed with anticipation and energy that spoke to magic awakening on levels that most of the inhabitants had never experienced. Students moved through corridors that seemed brighter and more welcoming, their conversations filled with excitement about possibilities they had never dared to imagine just days before. Harry made his way to the library after dinner, drawn by an instinct that told him something significant was waiting for his attention in that repository of knowledge and wisdom. As he entered the vast space, filled with towering shelves and ancient tomes, he immediately sensed that he was not alone. The magical signatures that had become as familiar to him as his own heartbeat were present with unprecedented strength and clarity, suggesting that the founders themselves were preparing to manifest in ways that would make the morning's ghostly testimonies seem like mere whispers in comparison. The first sign of their approach was the gradual appearance of 4 distinct areas of enhanced luminescence throughout the library, each one corresponding to a different section of the vast collection. The area devoted to military history and strategic studies began glowing with the deep crimson associated with Gryffindor's courage and martial prowess. The section containing texts on magical theory and advanced research radiated the brilliant blue that marked Ravenclaw's pursuit of knowledge and wisdom. The shelves holding books on magical creatures, herbology, and healing arts emanated the warm yellow light that characterized Hufflepuff's nurturing and protective nature. And most dramatically, the restricted section that contained the most dangerous and powerful magical knowledge pulsed with the emerald glow that had always been associated with Slytherin's mastery of the most challenging aspects of magical practice. As Harry moved deeper into the library, the 4 areas of light began to intensify and consolidate, creating focal points of magical energy that seemed to be drawing power from sources that transcended the physical boundaries of the castle itself. The air itself began to shimmer and dance with visible magical currents, creating patterns of light and shadow that spoke to forces being marshaled for purposes that exceeded anything that had occurred at Hogwarts since the school's founding. The first founder to manifest was Godric Gryffindor himself, appearing not as a painted portrait or ghostly echo, but as a fully realized presence that radiated authority and power in ways that made the library's ancient stones resonate in harmony. The founder was exactly as Harry had imagined him from the combined memories and impressions that lived within his consciousness. Tall and powerfully built, with the kind of presence that commanded immediate respect and attention from anyone in his vicinity. His robes were simple but well-made, practical rather than ostentatious, and the sword at his side seemed to pulse with its own inner light. "Young heir," Gryffindor said, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to emerge from the very foundations of the castle itself. "The time has come for truths to be spoken that have been hidden for far too long. What you have witnessed in recent days represents only the beginning of changes that will restore not just Hogwarts, but the entire wizarding world to what we always intended it to become." Before Harry could respond, the other 3 founders began materializing with similar authority and presence. Rowena Ravenclaw appeared beside the theoretical magic section, her bearing regal and intellectual in ways that spoke to centuries of accumulated wisdom and understanding. Her robes seemed to be woven from starlight itself, and the diadem on her brow glowed with inner fire that suggested access to knowledge that most wizards could barely comprehend. Helga Hufflepuff manifested near the healing arts collection, her presence radiating the kind of warmth and nurturing energy that made everyone in her vicinity feel safer and more valued. Her robes were earth-toned and practical, but the magical artifacts she carried spoke to powers over growth and healing that could transform entire communities when properly applied. Most dramatically, Salazar Slytherin emerged from the restricted section, his appearance challenging every stereotype that had developed around his legacy over the intervening centuries. Rather than the dark and forbidding figure that most wizards imagined, he appeared as someone whose intelligence and ambition were tempered by genuine concern for the welfare of the magical community and determination to protect it from threats, both internal and external. Together, The four founders created a presence in the library that was so powerful and overwhelming that Harry found himself struggling to maintain his composure in the face of such concentrated magical authority. But rather than feeling intimidated or diminished by their presence, he experienced something closer to recognition and belonging, as if he were finally in the company of those who truly understood the scope of what he had inherited and the responsibilities that came with it. Salazar Slytherin was the first to address the specific situation that had brought them together, his voice carrying the kind of analytical precision that had made him legendary for his ability to perceive hidden truths and complex motivations. "The wizard who currently holds the position of headmaster at our school has systematically corrupted the vision we established for magical education," he said, his words carrying weight that seemed to make the library's ancient tomes glow with sympathetic energy. What began as necessary leadership during times of crisis has evolved into something approaching tyranny, with decisions that should be made collaboratively concentrated in the hands of a single individual who has lost sight of the greater good we all served. Rowena Ravenclaw stepped forward, her expression carrying the kind of analytical clarity that had made her legendary for her ability to see through deception and manipulation to underlying truth. "Albus Dumbledore possesses considerable magical ability and genuine intelligence," she observed, her tone suggesting respect for his capabilities, even as she prepared to challenge his methods. "But power without proper constraints leads inevitably to corruption, and wisdom without humility becomes mere cleverness in service of personal agenda rather than universal good." She gestured toward the shelves of ancient texts that surrounded them, indicating knowledge that had been accumulated over centuries of careful study and experimentation. "The magical techniques he has used to consolidate authority over Hogwarts represent violations of the foundational principles we established when we created this institution. The school was designed to be governed through consensus and collaboration, with checks and balances that would prevent any single individual from accumulating the kind of unchecked power that he now wields." Helga Hufflepuff's contribution to the founder's testimony was perhaps the most emotionally powerful, reflecting her deep connection to the nurturing and protective aspects of magical education that had been systematically undermined during Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster. "The house elves who serve this castle have been reduced to mere servants, rather than the valued partners in education that we always intended them to be," she said, her voice carrying harmonics of grief and determination. "The magical creatures who live on the grounds have been marginalized and ignored rather than integrated into the educational process as sources of wisdom and perspective that young witches and wizards desperately need." Her expression grew more serious as she addressed the broader implications of the changes that had occurred over the decades of Dumbledore's leadership. Most concerning of all, the students themselves have been taught to see each other as competitors rather than collaborators, with artificial divisions maintained between our houses that were never meant to create separation, but rather to provide different approaches to the same ultimate goals of wisdom, courage, loyalty, and ambition in service of the greater good. Godric Gryffindor's contribution to their coordinated testimony focused on the military and strategic implications of the corrupted system that had developed at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's leadership. The headmaster's approach to dealing with dark wizards and magical threats has become increasingly dependent on deception and manipulation rather than the direct confrontation of evil that courage demands, he observed, his hand moving unconsciously toward the sword at his side. "Young wizards are graduated from our school without proper understanding of how to recognize and resist truly dangerous magic, leaving them vulnerable to precisely the kinds of threats that our education was designed to help them overcome." His eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that conveyed both pride and concern. "You carry within you the combined strengths that we developed over our lifetimes of service to the magical community," he said, his voice carrying resonances of authority that had commanded armies and inspired generations of witches and wizards to acts of remarkable courage. "But you also face challenges that none of us encountered individually, because the corruption of our vision has created enemies and obstacles that we never had to confront. The four founders' combined presence in the library was creating effects that extended far beyond their immediate conversation with Harry. Throughout the castle, students and faculty were reporting unusual magical phenomena that seemed to be connected to the unprecedented concentration of founder-level magic in the school's heart. Portraits were becoming more animated and interactive, offering advice and perspective that went far beyond their usual limited responses. The house elves were moving with renewed purpose and dignity, their natural magic enhanced by connection to forces that recognized them as full participants in the castle's mission rather than mere servants. Most dramatically, the castle's protective wards were strengthening and evolving in ways that exceeded anything that had been achieved through conventional magical techniques. The barriers that defended Hogwarts against external threats were becoming more sophisticated and responsive, capable of distinguishing between genuine dangers and harmless visitors with precision that suggested intelligence far beyond simple magical programming. Harry found his voice as the implications of what the founders were revealing began to settle in his consciousness. "What you're telling me suggests that the problems at Hogwarts are more serious and more systematic than I had realized," he said, his words carrying maturity and understanding that reflected the founder-level wisdom he could access when circumstances demanded it. If Dumbledore has been operating outside the original governance structure for decades, then restoring the proper balance of power will require changes that go far beyond simple reforms or adjustments. Salazar Slytherin nodded approvingly, clearly pleased by Harry's grasp of the situation's complexity and scope. "Precisely," he said, his voice carrying the kind of strategic clarity that had made him legendary for his ability to develop long-term plans that achieved seemingly impossible objectives. "The current crisis represents not simply a conflict between personalities or approaches to education, but a fundamental struggle over what kind of institution Hogwarts will be and what role it will play in the broader magical community." Rowena Ravenclaw stepped forward to provide additional context that helped Harry understand the historical precedents and implications of what they were asking him to undertake. "Similar crises have occurred throughout wizarding history," she explained, her words carrying the authority of someone who had studied patterns of power and corruption across centuries of magical governance. In every case, restoration of proper balance required not just the removal of those who had accumulated inappropriate authority, but also the establishment of new structures and procedures that would prevent similar corruption from occurring in the future. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of additional presences in the library, as the enhanced magical conditions created by the Founders' manifestation attracted other beings who had been waiting for the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of Hogwarts' original purpose. The house elves appeared first, led by their eldest representative, whose starlight robes seemed even more radiant in the presence of the Founders' combined magic. Behind them came the four house ghosts, their translucent forms more solid and authoritative than ever, and even some of the more benevolent magical creatures from the castle grounds who had been drawn by the unprecedented gathering of power and wisdom. The eldest house elf approached the Founders with movements that conveyed deep respect without the subservience that had characterized their interactions with wizards for so many decades. "Ancient ones," the elf said, its voice carrying musical harmonics that suggested it was speaking in its native language rather than the simplified English typically used around wizards. "We have waited long centuries for the return of true authority to this place of learning. Through the young heir, we can sense the restoration of connections that were severed when the collaborative vision was abandoned in favor of hierarchical control." Nearly headless Nick drifted closer, his ghostly form glowing with inner light that reflected his connection to the Founders' restored presence. "The portrait halls are awakening," he reported, his voice carrying excitement that had been absent from his demeanor for centuries. "Former headmasters and headmistresses who have remained silent for decades are beginning to speak again, offering counsel and perspective that could prove invaluable in the challenges ahead. Most significantly, several of the castle's magical creatures had entered the library, including representatives of species that typically avoided human contact entirely. A unicorn foal stood near the entrance, its presence suggesting that even the most pure and cautious of magical beings recognized the legitimacy of what was occurring. Several owls perched on the higher shelves, their intelligent eyes fixed on the gathering with obvious interest and approval. Helga Hufflepuff moved toward the magical creatures with obvious delight, her natural affinity for all forms of magical life evident in the way they responded to her presence. "My dear friends," she said, extending her hand toward the unicorn foal who approached without fear or hesitation, "your presence here confirms what we have long known, that the restoration of proper balance at Hogwarts requires participation from all of the magical beings who call this place home, not just the human students and faculty." And the gathering was taking on the character of a formal council, with representatives from every group that had a stake in Hogwarts' mission participating in discussions about how to restore the school to its intended purpose. But the moment of greatest drama came when the library's main entrance opened to admit a figure that no one had expected to see. Professor McGonagall entered with her characteristic brisk efficiency, but her expression carried a mixture of wonder and determination that suggested she had come to participate in something far more significant than a routine administrative meeting. The deputy headmistress had clearly sensed the unprecedented magical activity occurring in the library, and her decision to investigate personally spoke to courage and commitment that aligned her with the Founder's vision rather than the corrupted system that had developed under Dumbledore's leadership. "Minerva McGonagall," Godric Gryffindor said, his voice carrying warmth and recognition that acknowledged her decades of service to principles that he had helped establish. "We have been hoping that someone among the current faculty would have the wisdom and courage to recognize what young Harry represents and the changes that his presence makes possible." McGonagall approached the gathering with obvious awe at finding herself in the presence of the school's legendary founders, but her response demonstrated the kind of practical wisdom that had made her respected throughout the magical community. "I have served this institution for 40 years, she said, her voice steady despite the extraordinary circumstances, and I have watched it slowly drift away from the principles that made it great. If there is a chance to restore what was lost, then I will do whatever is necessary to support that restoration." Rowena Ravenclaw studied the professor with obvious approval, recognizing in her someone who possessed the kind of analytical intelligence and commitment to truth that had always characterized the best of Ravenclaw House. "Your support will be crucial in the days ahead," she observed, her voice carrying harmonics of prophecy and warning. "The changes that must occur will face resistance from those who benefit from the current system, and having faculty allies who understand both the necessity and the complexity of what we are attempting will make the difference between success and failure." The council continued late into the night, with detailed discussions about the practical steps that would be necessary to restore Hogwarts's original governance structure and educational mission. The founders shared knowledge about magical techniques and organizational approaches that had been lost or deliberately suppressed over the centuries since their deaths. The house elves provided insights into the castle's hidden systems and capabilities that most wizards had never suspected. The ghosts contributed historical perspective about how similar challenges had been addressed in the past. Most importantly, Harry began to understand the full scope of the responsibility that he had inherited and the changes that would be necessary to fulfill the Founder's vision. It would not be enough simply to challenge Dumbledore's authority or to demonstrate superior magical abilities. Restoring Hogwarts to its intended greatness would require systematic transformation of every aspect of how the school operated, from the daily routines of students and faculty to the fundamental magical infrastructure that supported the entire institution. As the gathering finally began to disperse in the early hours of the morning, each participant carried with them knowledge and understanding that would guide their actions in the critical days ahead. The Founder's manifestation had provided not just inspiration and authority, but also practical guidance about how to achieve changes that had seemed impossible just hours before. Harry remained in the library after the others had departed, absorbing the profound implications of what he had learned and experienced. The Founder's combined wisdom within him provided strength and perspective, but he also felt the weight of expectations and responsibilities that would challenge every aspect of his character and capabilities. The transformation of Hogwarts was no longer a gradual process occurring quietly in hidden corners of the castle. It had become a visible and undeniable movement that would attract attention and generate responses from throughout the wizarding world. The choices made in the coming days would determine whether that transformation proceeded peacefully or whether it precipitated conflicts that could reshape magical society itself. As dawn approached and the castle began stirring to life around him, Harry reflected on the extraordinary night and the even more extraordinary future that lay ahead. The Founders had returned to guide and support the restoration of their vision, but the ultimate responsibility for success or failure rested on his shoulders. The young wizard who had arrived at Hogwarts just weeks before as an uncertain 11-year-old was rapidly becoming something far more significant, the focal point of a transformation that could determine the future of magical education and the wizarding world itself. The library slowly returned to its normal appearance as the Founder's presence faded with the approaching dawn, but the knowledge and authority they had shared remained as permanent additions to Harry's understanding and capabilities. The real work of restoration was about to begin, and with it would come challenges that would test not just his magical abilities, but his wisdom, courage, and determination to create positive change in a world that often resisted such transformation. Outside the library windows, Hogwarts awakened to what promised to be the most significant day in its long and storied history, as the forces of change and restoration prepared to collide with the established structures of power and tradition that had governed the magical world for generations. The arrival of the Ministry of Magic at Hogwarts was heralded by a fleet of official carriages that descended from the morning sky with the kind of formal precision that suggested this was no routine inspection or casual visit. The black vehicles, each emblazoned with the Ministry's coat of arms, settled onto the castle grounds in perfect formation, disgorging a contingent of officials whose presence immediately transformed the atmosphere throughout the school from one of cautious optimism to barely controlled tension. Minister Cornelius Fudge emerged from the lead carriage with his characteristic blend of political bluster and underlying nervousness, his bowler hat slightly askew, and his expression suggesting that he would rather be anywhere else in the wizarding world than dealing with the unprecedented situation that had developed at Britain's most prestigious magical institution. Behind him came a carefully selected team of investigators, aurors, and administrative officials whose combined expertise was meant to provide comprehensive evaluation of the crisis that had been developing over the past weeks. Most significantly, the delegation included Madame Amelia Bones, whose reputation for integrity and thorough investigation had made her one of the most respected figures in the Ministry's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Her presence suggested that the government was taking the situation at Hogwarts seriously enough to assign their most capable investigator to determine what was actually occurring within the castle walls. Harry watched the arrival from a window in Gryffindor Tower, his enhanced perceptions immediately detecting the complex web of magical protections and monitoring charms that surrounded the ministry delegation. These were not officials making a friendly visit to discuss educational policy. They were investigators prepared to deal with potentially dangerous magical phenomena, and their equipment suggested they expected to encounter threats that might require both diplomatic and forceful responses. The formal investigation began in the Great Hall, where the ministry officials established a temporary headquarters complete with magical recording devices, truth detection charms, and communication equipment that would allow them to consult with experts and authorities back in London as needed. Students throughout the castle found their morning routines disrupted by the presence of uniformed aurors in the corridors, and official investigators interviewing faculty members about recent events and observations. Minister Fudge's opening statement to the assembled school community reflected the political complexity of the situation and the competing pressures he faced from various constituencies within the wizarding government. "We are here today," he announced, his voice carrying through the Great Hall with the aid of amplification charms to conduct a thorough and impartial investigation into reports of unusual magical phenomena and administrative irregularities that may affect the safety and educational mission of this institution. The carefully neutral language was clearly designed to avoid taking sides in what the ministry recognized as a complex political situation with implications that extended far beyond simple school governance. But Harry could sense the underlying tensions and concerns that had driven the government to intervene directly in what would normally be considered internal Hogwarts business. The first phase of the investigation focused on documenting and analyzing the magical changes that had been occurring throughout the castle since Harry's arrival. Ministry technicians deployed sophisticated instruments designed to measure magical field strength, energy coherence, and the complex interactions between different types of magic that were operating within Hogwarts' ancient walls. What they discovered exceeded even the most optimistic expectations of those who had been advocating for Harry's unique status and abilities. The magical field measurements showed improvements in every category that the ministry used to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of magical educational environments. The castle's protective wards had strengthened by nearly 40%, while their sophistication and responsiveness had increased to levels that exceeded anything achieved by conventional magical engineering. More remarkably, the investigation revealed that these improvements were not simply temporary enhancements that might fade over time, but fundamental changes to Hogwarts's magical infrastructure that appeared to be self-sustaining and continuously evolving. The school was literally becoming more magical, more alive, and more capable of fulfilling its educational mission with each passing day. Madam Bones presented these findings to Minister Fudge with obvious fascination and growing respect for the forces at work within the castle. "Minister," she said, her voice carrying the authority of someone whose expertise was respected throughout the wizarding government, "what we are observing here represents the most significant advancement in magical education infrastructure that has been documented in over 3 centuries. The improvements in magical field stability alone would justify comprehensive study and potential replication at other magical institutions." The technical findings provided crucial support for Harry's position, but the investigation's most dramatic moments came when the ministry officials requested direct demonstrations of his abilities. The tests were conducted in a specially prepared area of the Great Hall, with protective barriers and monitoring equipment that would allow the investigators to observe Harry's magic without exposing themselves to potential dangers. What they witnessed challenged fundamental assumptions about how magic worked and what levels of ability were possible for someone of Harry's age and limited formal training. When asked to demonstrate basic spellwork, Harry's magic operated with precision and power that exceeded anything in the ministry's reference standards for magical ability assessment. More remarkably, his casting techniques incorporated elements from all 4 founder traditions simultaneously, creating effects that were both more powerful and more elegantly controlled than anything the investigators had previously encountered. The demonstration that most impressed the ministry delegation involved Harry's interaction with the castle's magical systems themselves. At Madam Bones's request, he placed his hands on one of the ancient stone walls and allowed his consciousness to merge temporarily with Hogwarts' foundational enchantments. The result was immediately visible to everyone present, as the Great Hall's magical atmosphere became noticeably more vibrant and responsive, with effects that the ministry's instruments detected as significant improvements in magical safety and educational effectiveness. Perhaps most significantly, Harry demonstrated his ability to enhance the magical abilities of other students without creating the kind of dependencies or imbalances that had been a major concern among the investigators. When several volunteers from different houses joined him in the testing area, their spellcasting improved dramatically while maintaining perfect stability and control. The effect persisted even after Harry withdrew his direct magical support, suggesting that his influence created permanent improvements rather than temporary enhancements. Minister Fudge observed these demonstrations with growing amazement and concern, clearly recognizing that he was witnessing abilities that could have profound implications for the entire wizarding world. "This level of magical capability," he murmured to Madame Bones, his voice low enough that only she and his closest advisors could hear, "represents possibilities we never considered when we began this investigation. The political implications alone could reshape how we think about magical education and governance." The investigation's most contentious phase began when the ministry officials turned their attention to the administrative and governance issues that had prompted their intervention in the first place. Amelia Bones had requested access to all of Hogwarts' financial records, administrative decisions, and governance documents for the past 20 years, and what her analysis revealed painted a disturbing picture of gradual centralization of power that violated several important principles of magical institutional management. The evidence showed that Dumbledore had systematically assumed authorities that were traditionally shared among the Board of Governors, the House Heads, and other institutional stakeholders. Decisions about curriculum, faculty appointments, and even major expenditures had been moved under his direct control without proper consultation or oversight. More concerning still, there were indications that some of these changes had been implemented through magical influence techniques that bordered on mental manipulation of other decision-makers. Most damaging to Dumbledore's position was the discovery of financial irregularities that suggested the headmaster had been redirecting Hogwarts resources to support personal projects and political activities that had no direct connection to the school's educational mission. The amounts involved were not enormous, but the pattern of unauthorized expenditures painted a picture of someone who had come to view the institution's resources as his personal treasury, rather than assets held in trust for the magical community. Madame Bones presented these findings to the full ministry delegation in a private session that Harry was not permitted to attend, but he could sense the growing consensus among the investigators that significant changes would be necessary to restore proper governance to Hogwarts. The question was no longer whether reforms were needed, but rather what form those reforms should take and how they could be implemented without disrupting the school's educational mission. The breakthrough moment came when Harry was invited to present his own vision for how Hogwarts could be restored to its original purpose and governance structure. Speaking before the full ministry delegation, he drew on the founders' combined wisdom to articulate a comprehensive plan for institutional reform that impressed even the most skeptical officials with its sophistication and practical feasibility. The core of Harry's proposal involved restoring the collaborative governance system that the founders had originally established, with power shared among representatives from all four houses, the faculty, the house elves, and even the more intelligent magical creatures that lived on the castle grounds. Rather than concentrating authority in a single headmaster, decisions would be made through councils and committees that could draw on diverse perspectives and expertise while maintaining checks and balances against the abuse of power. More innovatively, Harry proposed the establishment of inter-house educational programs that would allow students to learn from all four founder traditions rather than being limited to the approaches associated with their own houses. This would not eliminate the house system, which served important social and developmental functions, but would expand it to become a source of educational diversity rather than artificial division. The ministry officials were particularly interested in Harry's ideas about how magical education could be enhanced through closer cooperation between human students and the other magical beings that inhabited Hogwarts. The house elves possessed knowledge about practical magic that was rarely taught in formal classes, while the various magical creatures on the grounds could provide insights into magical theory that went far beyond what was available in textbooks. Minister Fudge listened to Harry's presentation with growing enthusiasm, clearly recognizing that the young wizard was offering solutions to educational and governance problems that had been developing throughout the magical world for decades. "Mr. Potter," he said, when Harry concluded his remarks. "What you are proposing represents the most comprehensive and innovative approach to magical education reform that we have encountered in this ministry's history. If these ideas could be successfully implemented at Hogwarts, they could serve as a model for improvements at magical institutions throughout Britain and beyond." The formal endorsement from the Minister of Magic provided crucial legitimacy for Harry's position and proposals, but it also marked the beginning of the most politically challenging phase of the entire process. Dumbledore had not been present during the investigation, having departed the castle on what he claimed was urgent business related to international magical security, but his supporters within the wizarding community were not prepared to accept the ministry's findings without resistance. The Board of Governors was called into emergency session to consider the investigation's findings and recommendations. The meeting took place in a specially convened chamber within the castle, with representatives from the ministry present to ensure that all parties had access to the complete evidence that had been gathered during the investigation. The board's composition reflected the complex political dynamics within the wizarding community, with members representing different constituencies and interests that often found themselves in conflict over educational policy and institutional governance. But the evidence presented by the ministry investigation was so comprehensive and damning that even Dumbledore's strongest supporters found themselves unable to defend his conduct over the past 2 decades. Lucius Malfoy's participation in the Board of Governors meeting provided one of the investigation's most surprising developments. The Malfoy patriarch, whose family had long been associated with traditional pure-blood values and resistance to educational reform, emerged as an unexpected advocate for Harry's proposals and the broader transformation of Hogwarts that they represented. "The young Potter has demonstrated abilities and understanding that transcend the political divisions that have weakened our community for far too long," Malfoy said, his voice carrying conviction that surprised everyone present. His connection to all 4 founder traditions offers an opportunity to heal wounds and bridge gaps that many of us had assumed were permanent features of wizarding society. The endorsement from such an unlikely source provided crucial momentum for Harry's cause, demonstrating that the changes he represented appealed to wizards across the traditional political spectrum rather than being limited to any particular faction or ideology. The Board of Governors' final vote was closer than Harry had hoped, but decisive enough to provide clear mandate for the reforms he had proposed. By a margin of 7-4, the board formally recognized Harry's status as founder's heir, with the authority to oversee the restoration of Hogwarts' original governance and educational structure. The vote also included provisions for the gradual implementation of the inter-house educational programs and the restoration of collaborative decision-making processes that would prevent future concentration of power in any single individual or position. Most importantly, it established Harry as the focal point for these changes, while ensuring that he would have the institutional support necessary to implement them successfully. The announcement of the board's decision was met with celebration throughout most of the castle, as students and faculty who had been hoping for positive change found themselves with official authorization to proceed with the transformation they had been anticipating. But the victory also brought new responsibilities and challenges, as Harry realized that he was now accountable not just to the Hogwarts community, but to the broader wizarding world for the success of the ambitious reforms he had proposed. The ministry delegation prepared to depart the following morning, but not before Minister Fudge delivered a final address to the school community that formally endorsed the changes that were about to begin. The government of Magical Britain stands ready to support the innovative educational reforms that will be implemented here at Hogwarts, he announced, his voice carrying through the great hall with obvious satisfaction. "What you are beginning here has the potential to serve as a model for magical education throughout our world, and we look forward to observing and learning from your experiences." As the ministry officials disappeared into the morning sky, Harry reflected on the extraordinary events of the past few days and their implications for his future at Hogwarts and beyond. The investigation had provided official validation for everything he had been working toward, but it had also raised expectations and created pressures that would challenge every aspect of his character and abilities. The founders' combined wisdom within him provided strength and guidance, but the ultimate responsibility for the success of the ambitious transformation he had proposed rested on his own shoulders. The young wizard who had arrived at Hogwarts just weeks before, as an uncertain 11-year-old, was now the officially recognized leader of the most significant educational reform movement in the magical world's recent history. The real work was just beginning, but with official backing from both the Hogwarts Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic, Harry finally had the authority and resources necessary to restore the castle to its intended greatness. The challenges ahead would be substantial, but for the first time since his arrival at the school, he felt confident that the vision he carried could actually be achieved. The transformation of Hogwarts was no longer a dream or aspiration. It was an officially sanctioned project with the support of the most powerful institutions in the wizarding world, and Harry was determined to prove worthy of the trust that had been placed in him by so many people who believed in the possibility of positive change. As evening settled over the castle, Harry stood at a window in Gryffindor Tower and looked out over grounds that seemed to pulse with renewed purpose and possibility. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and responsibilities, but tonight he could savor the satisfaction of having achieved something that had seemed impossible just weeks before: official recognition of his authority to restore Hogwarts to what the founders had always intended it to become. The castle itself seemed to share his sense of anticipation and satisfaction, its ancient stones humming with magical energy that spoke of transformation and renewal on scales that had not been attempted since the school's original founding nearly 1,000 years before. The transformation of Hogwarts began at dawn on the morning following the ministry's departure, not with grand ceremonies or dramatic pronouncements, but with subtle changes that seemed to emerge naturally from the castle's ancient stones, as if the building itself had been waiting centuries for permission to reveal its true potential. Harry stood in the entrance hall as the first rays of sunlight streamed through windows that appeared somehow cleaner and more luminous than they had just the day before, watching as the magical infrastructure of the school responded to his newly official authority with enthusiasm that bordered on joy. The most immediate change was visible in the Great Hall, where the 4 long house tables had been replaced overnight by a configuration that encouraged interaction and cooperation rather than separation and competition. Instead of the traditional parallel arrangement that had reinforced house divisions for nearly 1,000 years, the tables now formed an interconnected pattern that allowed students from all houses to sit together naturally, while still maintaining spaces where house identity and tradition could be celebrated and preserved. Students entering the hall for breakfast found themselves automatically gravitating towards seats that placed them near peers from other houses with whom they shared academic interests or personal compatibility, rather than being segregated by the arbitrary divisions that had characterized previous generations of Hogwarts education. The effect was both subtle and profound, creating opportunities for friendships and collaborations that would have been virtually impossible under the old system. Hermione Granger was among the first to recognize the significance of what was occurring, her analytical mind immediately grasping the educational implications of the new seating arrangement. "Harry," she said, settling into a chair that placed her between a Ravenclaw student researching advanced arithmancy and a Hufflepuff who shared her passion for creature rights advocacy. "This is extraordinary. The natural groupings that are forming reflect academic interests and learning styles, rather than the house stereotypes that have limited student development for so long." Her observation was supported by similar comments from students throughout the hall, as young witches and wizards discovered that they had more in common with peers from other houses than they had ever realized when artificial barriers had prevented meaningful interaction. Conversations that had been impossible under the old system began flowing naturally, creating an atmosphere of intellectual excitement and collaborative energy that exceeded anything the castle had experienced in living memory. The changes extended far beyond seating arrangements, however, as Harry's official recognition as Founder's heir had activated dormant magical systems throughout Hogwarts that had been waiting for someone with appropriate authority to restore them to full functionality. Corridors that had been separate for centuries began connecting in ways that facilitated movement and interaction between different areas of the castle. Common rooms maintained their house identities and traditions, while simultaneously becoming more welcoming to visitors from other houses who came to study or socialize. Most dramatically, the castle's educational infrastructure began adapting itself to support the kind of integrated learning that the founders had originally envisioned. Classrooms expanded to accommodate students from multiple houses working together on advanced projects. Specialized laboratories appeared in previously unused spaces, equipped with materials and instruments that reflected the combined knowledge and expertise of all four founder traditions. The faculty's response to these changes varied considerably, reflecting the complex political and personal dynamics that had characterized the school's administration for decades. Professor Flitwick embraced the transformation with obvious enthusiasm, recognizing it as an opportunity to implement educational theories that his own research had suggested would be highly effective, but had been impossible to test under the restrictive house system. During the first Inter-House Charms class, held in a newly configured classroom that brought together students from all four houses, Flitwick demonstrated techniques that drew on the combined magical traditions of all the founders. The result was spellwork of unprecedented elegance and effectiveness, with students achieving mastery of complex charms in a single lesson that would normally require weeks of individual house instruction. "This is remarkable," Flitwick observed, his voice carrying excitement that made his words seem to sparkle in the enhanced magical atmosphere of the transformed classroom. When students can draw on the complementary strengths of all four house traditions simultaneously, their magical development accelerates beyond anything we previously thought possible. Professor McGonagall approached the changes with her characteristic blend of caution and pragmatic support, recognizing both the extraordinary potential they represented and the challenges that would need to be carefully managed to ensure successful implementation. Her first Inter-House Transfiguration class brought together students whose different approaches to magic created learning opportunities that exceeded the sum of their individual capabilities. Neville Longbottom, whose natural affinity for earth-based magic had always made traditional transfiguration challenging, found himself achieving perfect transformations when working alongside Ravenclaw students whose analytical understanding helped him conceptualize the theoretical foundations underlying the practical techniques. Similarly, Hermione's precise theoretical knowledge became more flexible and intuitive when informed by the Hufflepuff approach to magic as a collaborative process with natural forces. The enhancement of individual student abilities through exposure to different house traditions proved to be one of the most significant benefits of the new system. Rather than being limited to the magical approaches associated with their own houses, students could now develop balanced capabilities that incorporated the best aspects of all four founder traditions. The result was a generation of young witches and wizards whose magical education was far more comprehensive and sophisticated than anything that had been achieved in centuries. Harry's role in facilitating these improvements went beyond simple administrative authority, as his connection to all four founder traditions created a magical field that enhanced learning and development for everyone within the castle. Students reported that spells came more easily, theoretical concepts became clearer, and their confidence in attempting challenging magic increased dramatically when they were working in the integrated environment that his presence had made possible. The house elves throughout the castle responded to the transformation with obvious delight, their natural magic strengthening as they resumed their intended role as full participants in the educational process rather than invisible servants. Dobby, who had joined the Hogwarts staff earlier in the year, became an informal ambassador between the house elf community and the student body, helping young witches and wizards understand how to work collaboratively with magical beings whose knowledge and capabilities complemented their own. The house elves possess understanding of practical magic that wizarding education has traditionally ignored, Dobby explained to a group of students who had gathered in the kitchens to learn about magical food preparation and preservation techniques. When young masters and mistresses learn to work with us as partners rather than simply giving orders, both sides benefit from knowledge and perspectives that neither could develop alone. These collaborative learning sessions proved to be among the most popular and effective educational innovations that emerged during the transformation process. Students discovered that magical beings throughout the castle possessed expertise that was not available in any textbook, while the magical creatures and spirits found their knowledge and perspectives valued and respected in ways that had not occurred for centuries. The success of the educational reforms was matched by equally significant improvements in the castle's governance structure, as the collaborative decision-making process that Harry had proposed began replacing the autocratic system that had developed under Dumbledore's leadership. The first meeting of the restored Hogwarts Council brought together representatives from all four houses: the faculty, the house elves, the ghosts, and even some of the more intelligent magical creatures from the castle grounds. The council's initial agenda focused on practical matters related to implementing the educational reforms, but the process of collaborative decision-making proved to be as valuable as the specific policies that were developed. Faculty members who had been isolated within their individual departments began working together on integrated curricula that reflected the interdisciplinary nature of advanced magical knowledge. House representatives discovered that they shared common interests and goals that transcended traditional rivalries and competitions. Most importantly, the inclusion of non-human perspectives in the decision-making process provided insights and solutions to problems that had seemed intractable under the previous system. The house elves contributed knowledge about the castle's hidden resources and capabilities that allowed for more efficient use of space and materials. The ghosts provided historical perspective that helped identify patterns and precedents that informed current policy decisions. The magical creatures offered understanding of the broader magical ecosystem that helped integrate Hogwarts more effectively with the natural magical environment of the Scottish Highlands. The transformation was not without its challenges, however, as centuries of ingrained habits and expectations proved difficult to change overnight. Some students struggled with the increased responsibility and independence that came with the new educational system, having become accustomed to the rigid structure and clear hierarchies that had characterized traditional Hogwarts education. Faculty members who had built their careers around house-based teaching methods needed time and support to develop the collaborative approaches that the integrated system required. More significantly, resistance to the changes began emerging from elements within the broader wizarding community, who viewed the transformation of Hogwarts as a threat to established social and political structures. Traditional pureblood families, who had benefited from the competitive house system that reinforced existing hierarchies, expressed concern about educational reforms that promoted cooperation across traditional social boundaries. The most vocal opposition came from former Hogwarts graduates who had achieved positions of power and influence within wizarding society through the competitive advantages that the old system had provided to members of certain houses. These individuals recognized that the egalitarian approach being implemented at the school could potentially undermine their own status and authority if it proved successful and was adopted more broadly throughout the magical community. Lucius Malfoy's support for the reforms proved crucial in countering this resistance, as his endorsement provided legitimacy among traditional wizarding families who might otherwise have dismissed the changes as dangerous experimentation with proven educational methods. His public statements in support of Harry's vision carried particular weight because of his family's historical association with traditional pureblood values and resistance to educational innovation. The young Potter represents something that transcends our historical divisions and limitations, Malfoy declared in an interview with the Daily Prophet that was reprinted throughout the wizarding world. His connection to all four founder traditions offers an opportunity to heal wounds and bridge gaps that have weakened our community for generations. The educational reforms being implemented at Hogwarts could serve as a model for positive change throughout our society. The international magical community also began taking notice of the transformation occurring at Hogwarts, with educational experts and government officials from magical schools and institutions throughout Europe and beyond requesting permission to observe the innovative programs being developed. Delegations from Beauxbatons Academy, Durmstrang Institute, and other prestigious magical schools visited the castle to study the integrated educational approaches and collaborative governance structures that were proving so successful. These international observers were particularly impressed by the dramatic improvements in student magical abilities that resulted from exposure to all 4 founder traditions simultaneously. Standardized magical assessment tests, administered by independent evaluators, showed that Hogwarts students were now achieving scores that exceeded historical records by significant margins, while also demonstrating better balance and integration of different magical disciplines. The success of the international evaluations provided additional validation for Harry's approach and helped establish Hogwarts as a model for magical education reform that other institutions began seeking to emulate. Requests for consultation and technical assistance arrived from magical schools throughout the world, creating opportunities for the innovations developed at Hogwarts to influence magical education on a global scale. Perhaps most significantly, the transformation of the castle began attracting attention from magical creatures and beings who had avoided human contact for centuries. Ancient spirits that had withdrawn from wizarding society during periods of conflict and persecution began manifesting within Hogwarts grounds, drawn by the atmosphere of cooperation and respect for all forms of magical life that Harry's leadership had created. A delegation of centaurs from the Forbidden Forest approached the castle for the first time in living memory, seeking dialogue with the human inhabitants about shared interests in astronomical magic and divination. Their leader, a magnificent stallion whose silver coat gleamed with starlight, addressed Harry with respect that acknowledged his unique status while maintaining the dignity and independence that characterized his species. "Founder's heir," the centaur said, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the phases of the moon and the movement of celestial bodies. "We have watched from the forest as you restore balance to this place of learning. The magic you have awakened calls to all beings who understand the interconnectedness of knowledge and wisdom, regardless of the form their bodies take." The centaur delegations offer to share their knowledge of astronomical magic and natural divination with interested students represented a breakthrough in human-centaur relations that exceeded anything achieved in recorded history. Their participation in the educational program provided access to magical knowledge and perspectives that had been completely unavailable to previous generations of Hogwarts students. Similar breakthroughs occurred with other magical species throughout the region, as word spread through the magical creature community that Hogwarts had become a place where all forms of magical intelligence were valued and respected. Mermaid scholars from the lake began offering instruction in underwater magic and aquatic ecology. Phoenix representatives shared knowledge about magical healing and regeneration that complemented traditional human medical magic. Even representatives of the generally reclusive dragon communities expressed interest in participating in advanced magical research projects. The integration of these diverse magical perspectives into the Hogwarts educational program created learning opportunities that went far beyond anything the founders themselves had originally envisioned. Students found themselves exposed to ways of understanding and practicing magic that challenged conventional assumptions while opening entirely new areas of study and research. Harry's role in facilitating these developments went beyond simple administrative leadership, as his connection to all 4 founder traditions created a magical resonance that attracted and harmonized different forms of magical knowledge and capability. The castle itself seemed to be evolving in response to his presence, developing new spaces and capabilities that supported the expanding educational mission while maintaining the architectural beauty and historical significance that had always characterized Hogwarts. Most remarkably, the changes being implemented at the school began influencing the broader magical ecosystem of the Scottish Highlands, with improvements in magical field stability and creature populations that suggested the reforms were having positive effects that extended far beyond the castle walls. The magical balance of the entire region seemed to be improving as Hogwarts resumed its intended role as a center of learning and wisdom that benefited all forms of magical life. As the first month of the transformed educational system drew to a close, the success of the reforms had exceeded even the most optimistic projections. Student academic performance had improved dramatically. Faculty satisfaction had reached unprecedented levels, and the castle itself seemed more vibrant and alive than it had been in centuries. The collaborative governance structure was functioning smoothly, with decisions being made through consensus-building processes that drew on the best insights and perspectives from all participants. International recognition of Hogwarts' achievements was growing steadily, with invitations arriving regularly for Harry and other members of the school community to share their experiences at educational conferences and reform initiatives throughout the magical world. The transformation that had begun as a response to local problems and challenges was rapidly becoming a global movement toward more inclusive and effective magical education. But perhaps most importantly from Harry's perspective, the changes had created an environment where young witches and wizards could develop their full potential without being limited by artificial barriers or traditional prejudices. Students were learning to see themselves as members of a unified magical community rather than as competitors for limited resources or recognition, and their collaborative achievements were exceeding anything that could have been accomplished through the divisive approaches that had characterized previous generations of magical education. The castle that had welcomed Harry just a few months before, as an uncertain 11-year-old, struggling to understand his place in the magical world, had been transformed into something that exceeded even the founder's original vision. Hogwarts had become not just a school, but a model for what magical society could achieve when guided by principles of cooperation, inclusion, and respect for all forms of magical knowledge and capability. As Harry stood once again at the windows of Gryffindor Tower, looking out over grounds that pulsed with renewed life and purpose, he reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this point and the even greater challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. The transformation of Hogwarts was complete, but it represented only the beginning of changes that could reshape the entire magical world for the better. The founder's combined wisdom within him provided strength and guidance for whatever challenges the future might bring, while the community of allies and supporters he had built throughout the castle ensured that the work of positive change would continue regardless of what individual obstacles or setbacks might arise. The vision of magical education and society that had been restored at Hogwarts was now strong enough to survive and flourish on its own, creating possibilities for future generations that exceeded anything the magical world had previously dared to imagine.